Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lime Rock Park and Miatacon 2024. We'd like to extend a special greeting to those of you visiting with us for the first time. Whether you are a Miata owner or a Miata enthusiast, we hope that you will enjoy your day with us here in northwestern Connecticut as we celebrate all things related to the popular Japanese two-seater. We have our big car corral already gathering in the B paddock area, and a number of our Lime Rock faithful already staking out their favorite spots on the infield spectator hillside area as we get ready for today's full day of activities. You can get a schedule of today's event minute by minute by going to our Facebook page where the Miatacon schedule is available. For those of you who haven't had a chance to consult the schedule yet, let's just give you a quick rundown. We are right now in the middle of the first track session for our track day participants, and they will be on track until 9:25 this morning. Then we'll have a series of warm-up sessions for each of our three racing groups, and we'll go into more detail about what cars you will see in those categories as the time approaches when they take to the track. First of our warm-up sessions scheduled to begin at 9:25 this morning, and then we'll bring our track day participants back for their second session of the day at 10 a.m., and immediately following the conclusion of the second track day session at 10:25, we will roll into the series of qualifying heat races, the second round of heat races for each of our three race groups that will determine the starting lineup for this afternoon's feature races for our three major race groups. We will be on lunch break from 12:05 until 12:55. That will include car corral laps around the track. So if you are a participant in our car corral with any one of your various models of the Mazda MX-5 and Miata, you'll have an opportunity to take a tour around the historic mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park. And then our feature races for the day begin at 1 o'clock. Three different Mazda race groups from 1 o'clock until 2:20. Our Moss Miata Award, which we'll talk a little bit more about in a few minutes, will take place at 3 o'clock. And then we'll round out the day with another round of track activity for our track day participants, and the grand finale to the day will be a 1-hour endurance race that will combine all three of our Mazda race groups. So that is a quick overview of the schedule. We again want to thank you for joining us, and be sure to stop by and see our friends at the Mazda USA Lounge in the fan zone in the B paddock area. You can relax in the lounge and check out the wide array of Mazdas that are on display from the Mazda Heritage Collection, including a very interesting cutaway that combines the current ND Series MX-5 with the MX-5 Global Racing car that we will see in action today. So be sure to stop by and visit the Mazda USA Lounge that's in the fan zone, and also don't miss the Moss Miata Car Show, which will be taking place in the B paddock area. The Moss Miata Car Show will celebrate all things unique about our favorite sports cars, so stop by the Moss Miata booth and check out all of the Miata-focused products from Moss Miata. And they are also located in the B paddock area. Also, be sure to stop by and say hi to our friends from Mazda of Milford, who will be in the fan zone. If you're in the new market for a new car or just curious about the Mazda lineup, they have a full line of Mazda products on display, courtesy of Mazda and Milford. So be sure to stop by in the B paddock area and take part in all of those activities. The B paddock is the area adjacent to the downhill turn here at Lime Rock Park. For those of you visiting with us for the first time, it's just a short walk from the B paddock to the main paddock area, which is highlighted by the Skip Barber Tower. And in the A paddock, you'll find all of our competitors in our various Miata and MX-5 race groups, and from there it's easy access to the infield spectator hillside area overlooking the S's here at Lime Rock Park. Also be sure to stop by and visit the Barber Shop, which is our souvenir and trademark store located at the base of the infield spectator hillside area. A full line of Miatacon and Lime Rock branded merchandise is available at the Barber Shop, named in honor of our longtime track president Skip Barber. And it is a great place to do some early Christmas shopping for the racing enthusiast on your Christmas gift list. So be sure to stop by and visit the Barber Shop located at the base of the infield spectator hillside area. Also, the Lime Rock Cafe is open for business in the center portion of the paddock area. It is great food at great prices. It's all great at the Lime Rock Cafe. Delamar Hotels and Spas are pleased to sponsor Lime Rock Park and Miatacon 2024. As Connecticut's premier destination for unparalleled hospitality, we know a thing or two about elegance, history, and tradition. Relaxing at the spa, indulge in a decadent meal at our award-winning restaurants, or simply relax in the comfort of your well-appointed guest room. We look forward to welcoming you soon in Greenwich, Southport, West Hartford, or Traverse City, Michigan. Let's also take a moment to salute all of our partners for the 2024 racing season here at Lime Rock Park, including Moss Miata, Whaling City Mazda, Mazda USA, the Sports Car Driving Association, FCP Euro, Delamar Hotels, NBT Bank, Miller Motor Cars, Mazda of Milford, Connecticut Business Systems, a Xerox company, VP Racing Fuels, Pelote Driving Shoes, Spectro Performance Oils, Hummel Brothers Hot Dogs, Pepsi, the Great Falls Brewing Company, brewers of Lime Rock Haggerty, Thule, Road and Track Magazine, B-Works, Sotheby's, iHeartRadio, Connecticut Seal Coating, Averdi Storage and Office Solutions, the Skip Barber Racing School, Toyo Tires, MoheganSunCasino.com, Hoosier Tire East, and Marsh McLennan. Thanks to all of our partners for the 2024 season here at Lime Rock Park. Session number 1 for our track day participants reaching its conclusion. Those cars will head back to the paddock area, and we already see cars assembling for race group number 1. This will be a warm-up session for our Spec Miata class cars that will be featured in race group number 1. If you are not familiar with Spec Miata, it is a category exclusively for NA and NB Series Mazda Miatas. The original rules were drafted by the Sports Car Club of America with a limited range of modifications, basically a suspension upgrade, a little bit of an improvement in the braking on the car, and the addition of a cold air intake. The main performance items, along with the SCCA required safety equipment, the full roll cage assembly, racing seat, and seat belt and shoulder harness assembly completing the package. And both NA and NB first and second generation Miatas are eligible to compete in the Spec Miata class. And competition is equalized between those two different models of cars by the variations in racing weight, as well as an air intake restrictor on the larger displacement NB series engine. So coming up for the first warm-up session, NA and NB Series Miatas competing in the Spec Miata category. We'd also like to welcome our worldwide audience joining us for the live stream coverage of Miatacon 2024, bringing you all of the action in sound and vision, as our friend John Hindhoff at IMSA Radio likes to say. It is a picturesque day in northwestern Connecticut. Blue skies overhead, leaves still changing color on the hillside surrounding the circuit. Temperature just about 48, 49 degrees at this point, expecting that we'll get up close to 60 degrees, so typical fall day, a beautiful end of October here at Lime Rock Park. And again, thanks to those of you joining us from around the world for live stream coverage of Miatacon 2024. Spec Miatas for their warm-up session, scheduled to be on track for approximately 15 minutes. Opportunity for the drivers to get the cars dialed in for the the second of 2 qualifying heat races that will come up later on during the morning portion of our program. We ran qualifying heat race number 1 for these cars yesterday. Victory went to Matt Carr in the number 90 over Sean Noonan, a margin of victory of just 61 thousandths of a second in a closely fought battle. 36 cars on the Spec Miata here at Miatacon 2024. And we want to extend our thanks to Ethan Goulart and all of the folks from the Sports Car Driving Association, CBA, organizing the second edition of the Miatacon here at Lime Rock Park. We had a successful debut last year, and we're building on that, even bigger and better, a bigger and better event here for 2024. For those of you on the infield spectator hillside area, we want to remind you that the paddock area is open throughout the day today. Your opportunity to come down and get a close-up look at all of the cars that make up Miatacon 2024. All of our racing competitors in the A paddock, extending from the area behind the Skip Barber Tower all the way down to turn number 1. And then our big car corral for all 4 generations of the popular Mazda sports car are assembling in the B paddock area, expecting over 400 Mazda Miatas and MX-5s to be part of this weekend's activities. So if you are a Mazda enthusiast or would like to get a close-up look at the great assembly of all 4 generations of the Mazda 2-seater, there will be a wide range of display down in the B paddock area. Not too much in the way of adjustments available on the Spec Miata class cars. Since they did race yesterday, they have the basic race setup they're going to go throughout the weekend with. The drivers out there just checking track conditions and perhaps working a little bit on how they will manage their tires during the day. Track conditions right now pretty cool, so the drivers will want to use a couple of laps to get the tires up to operating temperature that will give them optimum traction. All of the cars in the Spec Miata class race on tires provided by the Hoosier Tire Company, so it is a single specification tire available to all of the competitors. All the crucial areas of adjustment that the drivers can make is to the tire pressure that can have a very subtle effect on changing the handling of the car. So drivers right now using this opportunity to get a feel for the car and the racetrack, and then they will circle back to the paddock area in anticipation of their second qualifying heat, which is scheduled to get the green flag at 10:30 this morning. Cars for race group number 2 should be on their way to the grid area. Our NC and MD series MX-5s have the next warm-up session, so all of our competitors in race group number 2 should be on their way to the grid area. Just a couple of minutes remaining now in this warm-up session for our Spec Miata competitors. So all of our drivers in race group number 2, NC and ND, third and fourth generation MX-5 should be on their way to the grid area. Lime Park is proud to partner with Autodromo for the special edition Prototipo chronograph that has been carefully designed by Avid Vintage Racing LLP regular Brad Price. The Prototipo chronograph has been specially created for Lime Rock Park. The tachometer has been calibrated to the length of the track so you can tell your average speed at a glance amongst the other intricacies of Lime Rock Park details. You can learn more about the Lime Rock Park edition Prototipo chronograph by going to their worldwide website, which is autodromo.com. We also want to welcome all of our Miatacross competitors who are joining us this weekend. Miata Autocross action taking place on the FCP Euro Proving Grounds, our infield circuit here at Lime Rock Park. So in addition to the action on the main racetrack, we hope that you'll take a walk to the back part of the circuit and get a good look at the autocross competition that is exclusively for Miata and MX-5 owners this weekend on the FCP Euro Proving Grounds. Checkered flag about to come out on this first warm-up session, so let's make another call for our cars in race group number 2. NC and ND series Miatas should be on their way to the grid area. Checkered flag is out, marking the conclusion of the warm-up session for our Spec Miata competitors. The next time we see them will be at 10:30 this morning when they will go out for their second of 2 qualifying heat races to determine the starting lineup for the Spec Miata feature race scheduled for 1 o'clock this afternoon. Miller Motor Cars of Greenwich, Connecticut has been the purveyor of fine motor cars since 1976. And Miller Motor Cars is proud to provide Lime Rock Park with the McLaren Artura pace car. Miller Motor Cars is the official dealer for Aston Martin, Ferrari, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, McLaren, Bugatti, Pagani, Maserati, and Alfa Romeo. To view their full line of brands and available inventory, visit them online at millermotorcars.com. And if you'd like to get a good look at the McLaren Artura Lime Rock pace car, it is located right at the Village Green in the main portion of the paddock area across from the Lime Rock Cafe. 2024 has been the season when we have honored Lime Rock's longtime president, Skip Barber. Among the special activities, as we mentioned, we've renamed the souvenir store, the barber shop. The start-finish building has been named in Skip Barber's honor. And Skip Barber's Formula One March is also on display, and that is also located right near the small village green in the center portion of the A paddock area. So if you would like to get a look at a little bit of racing history, the Formula One March Cosworth, raced by Skip Barber in European Formula One and American Formula 5000 competition. It is located right at the entrance to the A paddock area on the village green. And our thanks to Skip Barber for all that he has done for Lime Rock Park and motorsports over his long and illustrious career. Skip will also be honored along with a number of other road racing legends at the New Hampshire Motorsports Museum coming up on Saturday, November 17th. So we hope that if your schedule will allow, you will join us up at the New England Racing Museum as we honor Skip Barber and a series of racing legends, including Rob and Chris Dyson, Jocko Giacomo Jr., Lime Rock's favorite son, Sam Posey, as well as the first woman to race in the Indy 500, none other than Janet Guthrie. Looks like a couple of our Group 3 cars are going out, so apparently the Group 2 contingent, rather limited field of cars in Group 2, just 8 entries for that grouping, and it looks as though most of those drivers have decided to stay on the sidelines. So our competitors from Group 3, which is more open competition for NA and NB Series Miatas, getting some track time here. At Lime Rock Park, the V stands for victory. VP Racing Fuels is the world leader in racing fuel technology, and VP is also the official racing fuel of Lime Rock Park. Our VP fueling station is located in the B paddock area, providing 100 octane unleaded, 110 octane leaded fuel, as well as C12 for racing competitors. VP, the official racing fuel of Lime Rock Park. Spectro Performance Oil is Lime Rock Park's preferred choice for motor oil. Spectro Oil provides unsurpassed strength and endurance to protect your engine against wear and tear with the highest levels of performance. One of our more unusual partners is B-Works LLC. Lime Rock Park keeps getting sweeter this year as the facility has expanded its partnership with the local honey provider, B-Works LLC, to provide even more hives and honey for the 2024 season. Founded by New England native Dan Watkins, B-Works is a honeybee service company that offers installation and maintenance of apiaries and pollinator land management services. You can learn more at bworksllc.com. For vinyl wraps and ceramic paint protection films, ACI Dynamics is your East Coast premier one-stop shop. They'll transform your ride to make it just the way you want it. Need your car protected? Call ACI Dynamics. Windshield and protection services to ceramic coating, or change the color of your ride and let their vinyl wrap specialist make it extraordinary. Visit acidynamics.com to learn more. MoheganSunCasino.com is the official online casino of Mohegan Sun. Play your favorite casino games in the palm of your hand anytime, anywhere in Connecticut. Stop by the MoheganSun.com tent where the race isn't the only thrill. You could walk away a winner. Again, that's MoheganSunCasino.com, the official online casino of Mohegan Sun and Lime Rock Park. We'd also like to thank all of the volunteers from the Lime Rock Right-Handers Club who come from far and wide to support us at all of our major racing events. If you'd like more information on how you can become a member of the Lime Rock Right-Handers Club, visit our worldwide website, www.limerock.com. Looks like they've adjusted the schedule to make this a combined practice session for the cars in groups 2 and 3. Group 2 are NC and ND series MX-5s. The third and fourth generation of the Monster Sports car, combined with our open competition NA and NB competitors that will be in race group number 3. Race drivers will tell you that seat belts save lives, but only if you use them. Always buckle up and drive safe and sober on Connecticut roadways. We want you to arrive alive. This message brought to you by the Arrive Alive Coalition. The Barbershop is your place to go for official Miatacon merchandise, so head on over to the Barbershop located at the base of the infield spectator hillside area for an event t-shirt, as well as checking out the other Lime Rock Park branded merchandise available at the Barbershop located at the base of the infield spectator hillside area. Checkered flag coming down on our second warm-up session. So we've got some more cars gathering for a third session. We'll see if those are cars for the track day program or whether we'll get one more round of warm-ups for our racing competitors. One more round of warm-ups. This will be the cars in Group 3, our NA and NB Miata Open competition group. So in addition to traditional Spec Miatas, a wide range of performance modified Miatas coming out for this warm-up session. We'll go into a little bit more detail about the various specifications in Group 3 as we get closer to race time for these cars. This will be the final warm-up session of the morning. We will have another session for our track day participants coming up next. So all of our HPDE category drivers should be getting ready for their second track session of the day, scheduled to be on track at 10 o'clock this morning. And that session for our track day participants will extend until 10:25, and then we'll pick up the racing portion of our program with qualifying heat number 2 for our Spec Miata competitors getting the green flag at 10:30 a.m. Don't forget to stop by the FCP Euro Proving Grounds, our infield circuit here at Lime Rock Park, to get a look at Miatacross, autocross exclusively for Mazda Miata and MX-5 participants. The FCP Euro Proving Grounds used extensively during the summer months for our summer autocross series. And today it is devoted exclusively to autocross activities for the Mazda Miata and MX-5 competitors. FCP Euro is more than just Lime Rock Park's official auto parts supplier. Their in-house experts have taken the parts they offer and transformed a 300,000-mile Volvo station wagon and a Mercedes 190e sedan into touring car-inspired track day machines. To learn more, head over to FCP Euro on YouTube to watch the build process or attend the next FCP Euro Sunday morning motoring meet here at Lime Rock Park to see these builds up close in person. FCP Euro is the official auto parts supplier of Lime Rock Park. Their worldwide website is fcpeuro.com. And we also mentioned the FCP Euro Proving Grounds. This is our fast and flowing autocross course combined with a 600-foot wide skid pit. It challenges drivers at every level. For more information on how you can get your car on the FCP Euro Proving Grounds, visit their worldwide website, which is provinggrounds.fcpeuro.com. One more call for our track day participants. You are on track next. Your session scheduled to begin at 10 o'clock this morning, so you should be making your preparations and making your way down to the staging area. Once again, this is a call for all of our track day participants. Your next session will take to the track at 10 o'clock, and you should be on your way to the grid area at this time. To follow along with live timing and scoring information for each of today's racing events, we utilize a app called Race Monitor. It is available for both Android and Apple operating system smartphones. The Race Monitor app is just $5, and it will provide you with live, real-time updated timing and scoring information for each of our race groups. Same information utilized by all of the teams here at Lime Rock Park. Once again, that is Race Monitor. The app is available for both Apple and Android operating systems for just a $5 annual subscription. So go to your favorite app store and add Race Monitor to your smartphone to follow all of the racing action here from Miatacon 2024. Just a couple of minutes remaining in the final warm-up session for our NA and NB Series Miata competitors in race group number 3. And this is another call for our track day participants. Drivers in group 4 should be on their way to the grid area at this time. Second session for our HPDE group participants takes place beginning at 10 o'clock this morning. Checkered flag coming out for the cars in this warm-up session for race group number 3. One more tour around the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park, and then they will make their way back to the paddock area. And we'll roll off the track day cars as our next on-track activity for Miatacon 2024. Checkered flag being displayed from the starters stand along the sand position. The breeze is picking up a little bit out there, starting to take the leaves off the trees, as we've seen a big change of color here in northwestern Connecticut over the last week or so. Temperatures up almost summery earlier in the week in the high 70s, and then down into the mid and low 30s as the weekend approached. So we have seen a big change in the foliage, and now the trees starting to shed their leaves, and the stiff breeze certainly assisting with that. And once again, welcome to those of you joining us for the live stream coverage of Miatacon 2024. We have our camera located on the Liqui Bridge, providing a panoramic view of the cars as they come down the Samposi Strait. And we're also working with some technology of variable cameras around the facility, so hopefully we will be able to present that to you during the course of today's activities. Don't miss the Moss Miata Car Show taking place today in the B Paddock area. As part of our Car Corral program, The Moss Miata Car Show will celebrate all things unique about our favorite Japanese sports car. And we will be making our People's Choice Award at 3 o'clock this afternoon as part of the afternoon portion of Miatacon 2024. So be sure to stop by. Say hello to the folks from Moss Motors. Learn all about their wide array of Mazda and MX-5 oriented parts. Enter their special drawing and also pick your favorite car in the Moss Motors Car Show Corral located in the B Paddock area. Also, while you're down in the B Paddock, we hope that you'll stop by and visit the Mazda USA Lounge located in the Fan Zone. The Heritage Collection of Mazdas is on display there. A full line of NA, NB, NC, and ND Miatas, along with some special edition versions of the two-seater, including the Mazda Global MX-5 racing car, a special cutaway showing the variation between the performance and between the racetrack and the street version of the current edition of the MX-5, and much more, all at the Mazda USA Lounge in the Fan Zone, located in the B Paddock, adjacent to the downhill turn here at Lime Rock Park. Let's say hello to Mike Petrucci down on the starters stand here at Lime Rock Park. He will be handling race direction duties, getting each of our racing events underway today. Track day competitors rolling out onto the circuit now for their second session. If you would like to get experience here at Lime Rock Park and enjoy the thrill of performance driving, track days are a great way to do it. And there are a variety of opportunities for you to take part in track day programs with your Mazda or other sports or performance car. Sports Car Driving Association, which presents Miatacon 2024, runs a season-long program of track day events, providing in-car instruction as well as individual track time at not only Lime Rock Park, but a variety of circuits around the Northeast. You can learn more about the SCDA track day programs by going to their worldwide website, scda1.com, or stop by the SCDA Miatacon Registration Center located at the base of the Skip Barber Tower and pick up a copy of their 2024 brochure, which will tell you all about the tracks that they have visited, how their run groups are organized, and much more. Again, that is the Sports Car Driving Association, and they are located today at the base of the infield spectator hillside area. Also here at Lime Rock Park, we are happy to host the Lime Rock Drivers Club and their special Member for a Day program, an introduction to track driving and the Lime Rock Drivers Club. The Lime Rock Drivers Club Member for a Day program offers 4 hours of track time and includes professional in-car coaching every time you go out on track, with the coach giving immediate feedback through a state-of-the-art helmet-to-helmet communication system. In addition, the Member for a Day program provides full hospitality for both yourself and a guest. One of the benefits of being a member of the Lime Rock Drivers Club is the hospitality that is included with every membership for you and a guest or two. And you also see the gang up on the hill at the Outfield Chalet overlooking Big Bend here at Lime Rock Park, enjoying our other racing events. So for more information about the Lime Rock Drivers Club, go to their worldwide website, which is www.limerockclub.com. And the third opportunity for track time here at Lime Rock Park is a program offered by the Sports Car Club of America called Track Night in America, an afternoon and evening program that provides 1 hour of track time, a great introduction to track driving at a very reasonable cost. If you'd like more information about the Sports Car Club of America Track Night in America program, go to their worldwide website, which is tracknightinamerica.com. One of the great things about the Mazda Miata is it is a car that can get the whole family involved in motorsports, and we have a number of participants here that are true family affairs this weekend, including the Mendel family from just down the road here in Lime Rock and the Lakeville area. The number 71 and 77 Miatas competing in the Spec Miata category this weekend, and they have a number of guests from the Gear Village joining us for the weekend, so we want to welcome all of our guests from Gear Village. They will be cheering for both the number 71 and 77 when we get to racing action later on today. Lime Rock Park is pleased to continue its partnership with Pelote driving shoes. Handcrafted in Portugal, they offer unparalleled all-day comfort and cutting-edge technology. These shoes are designed for driving enthusiasts who demand the best for their journeys on and off the track. And this weekend we have a special offer from Pelote. 10% off your first pair of driving shoes with the code LimeRockPark10 by visiting the worldwide website for Pelote driving shoes, which is www.pelote.com. Mark Mazzio and his staff at Park Provisions are hard at work at the Lime Rock Cafe, located in the center portion of the paddock area, so be sure to stop by and pay a visit to them during your visit with us here for Miatacon 2024. It is my pleasure now to welcome the 2024 Sports Car Club of America Spec Miata National Champion. He is none other than Ethan Goulart. I see that you have shed your King of the Miata costume.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty cool. Huge thanks to Lime Rock Park and SCDA Track Days, and of course Mazda Motorsports, Mazda USA for putting on this great event in Miatacon. Last year, the inaugural event was a great event, and to come back this year with an even bigger crowd is just amazing.
You are the 2024 SCCA Spec Miata National Champion and the youngest ever national champion from the Sports Car Club of America runoffs. How does it feel being on the sidelines today? Something different for you to have to watch the racing rather than being behind the wheel.
It's definitely different. Every time I come to the racetrack, I always want to be on the track, right? Seeing these cars go by, it's just like you always want to be there, even though you do it so much. Like you always want to be on the track. But we're gonna do the enduro later today with Sean Noonan in the Cruise Speed Racing, Mazda Motorsports, Kessler Engineering, SCDA Track Days, Spec Miata. So we'll have some fun in that.
It's been certainly a landmark season for you. What do you see going down the road in the future?
Yeah, the goal is to make a career out of this, right? Lime Rock Park, has been a huge supporter. SCDA Track Days, Mazda Motorsports, and I want to continue in the Mazda family. Go to MX5 Cup this year. We got invited to the shootout, and hopefully go to that. But I just want to make a career out of it, and whatever I could do, make a career out of it, I'll do whatever it takes.
Tell us a little bit about what the Mazda shootout is.
Yeah, so the Mazda shootout, Mazda Motorsports puts on a great platform for picking young drivers like me to really take the next stepping stone in their career, right? And what they do is they pick about 30 drivers as a nominee around the whole country who they think that they would be a great pick for them. Then they pick 12 finalists to go to the shootout. And that's coming up in a few weeks, and that gets announced for the finalists on Tuesday. So hopefully we get picked as that. And then they pick 2 drivers and then 1 female. And whoever wins that is the Mazda Motorsports Scholarship person for the following year to go race in Mazda MX-5 Cup.
And where will that take place?
We're not sure yet. They'll let us know soon.
We know we take note today that the Mazda, the Whelen MX-5 series, is having a special event that will be broadcast on IMSA's YouTube channel later today. The Mazda MX-5 cars racing at Martinsville on the half-mile oval track. Does that kind of action appeal to you?
A little bit. It's definitely appealing, but Miatacon, I think, is pretty cool too, you know, being here. But that'll definitely be an event, and I'll have to tune into tonight, and maybe we can take place in it next year. But Miatacon is also an awesome event.
Ethan, congratulations again on your national championship, and we look forward to following your racing activities during the 2025 season.
Thank you.
That is Ethan Goulart, the 2024 Sports Car Club of America national champion, and the youngest ever SCCA champion at 15 years old.
Attention to paddock, race group 1. Race group 1, you should make your way to the grid. Race group 1 to the grid, please.
There is the call for the competitors in race group 1, our Spec Miata drivers getting ready for their second heat race of the weekend. The combined results from yesterday's race and today's heat race will determine the starting lineup for this afternoon's feature event. And it is a unique scoring system. They're awarding points, kind of like a cross-country running meet. So the lowest score will get you the #1 starting position. So if a driver wins 2 events, gets a perfect score of 2, that would give him the #1 starting position for this afternoon's feature race. So every position counts. And there are a couple of drivers who are trying to work their way out of a deep hole from yesterday's heat races. So we will follow up on those stories. But a unique format for Miatacon. Rather than going by just the fast lap in qualifying, it is a performance-based determination from both of our heat races that will set the starting lineup for each of our feature races for groups 1, 2, and 3. Cars for race group #1 should be on their way to the grid area. Qualifying heat race coming up for group 1. So all of our Spec Miata competitors should be on their way to the grid area. We're going to try and keep everybody on a tight time schedule here, so all of our Miatacon competitors should be attuned to the time countdown for reporting to the grid area. We want to have the cars in position in their assigned starting slots so that we can stay to the printed schedule. So all of our competitors in Group 1 should be on their way to the grid area, scheduled to roll out on the track at 10:30 this morning, so just about 15 minutes away. All of our competitors in Group 1 should be on their way to the grid area. The officials are down there ready to get you into your assigned starting positions. So all of our competitors in Group 1, the staging area is now open in the B paddock. Let's make the second call for cars in race group number 1. Spec Miata competitors should be on their way to the grid area, where you will be put in your assigned starting positions for heat race number 2. So all of our Spec Miata competitors should be on their way to the grid area. Don't forget, coming up during our lunch break today, we will have our car corral participants taking a series of touring laps around the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park. Also, our all Miata photo will take place. We're expecting over 400 car corral participants representing the 4 generations of the Mazda Miata and MX-5 in the B paddock area. And so there will be a special photo utilizing our drone technology coming up during our lunch break. And again, lunch break scheduled today from 12:05 until 12:55. So if you are a car corral participant, you will want to be back at your car during the lunch break if you would like to take some courtesy laps around the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park. Taking a look at the timetable, we are just coming up on 10:20 a.m. That means we're about 10 minutes away from the second qualifying heat race for our Spec Miata competitors. So if there are any Spec Miata racers lagging just a bit behind, you have a few more minutes to get down into your assigned starting position, as we will roll the cars out onto the track at 10:30 this morning for qualifying heat number 2 for the Miatacon Spec Miata class cars in Group 1. Don't forget to cast your vote for your favorite car on display in the car corral area, courtesy of the folks at Moss Miata. We will have our presentation of the Moss Miata Award coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So be sure to cast your ballot and stop by and say hi to the folks from Moss Miata, who are right at the entry to the B paddock area. If you've never seen a track day event before, that's what we have on the track right now, an opportunity for Mazda enthusiasts to experience the thrill of driving around Lime Rock Park under high-performance conditions, though not at full racing environment. There are limited passing zones and a requirement for drivers to signal faster cars by. It is a great way for you to get some track experience if you have aspirations to see if you have what it takes to actually go racing here at Lime Rock Park. We kind of liken it to a day of skiing. Not everybody does the giant slalom. Some people go down the slopes just for their own enjoyment. The framework of your experience. So if you'd like more information about track day activities, as we mentioned earlier, there are a variety of programs offered by the Sports Car Driving Association. And their worldwide website, once again, is scda1.com. They also have a brochure outlining what they did for the 2024 season as a preview of what will be coming up next year, and that's available at the SCDA information and registration area located at the base of the Skip Barber Tower. Checkered flag is out. That is the conclusion of the second session for our track day participants. So the cars from Group 4 will go back to their paddock area, and we'll begin to get the cars ready for the second qualifying heat for the cars in Group 1. These are Spec Miata class cars ready to go into racing action here at Lime Rock Park for Miatacon 2024. All competitors in Group 1 should be in the grid area at this time, as we anticipate rolling the cars out for their pace laps beginning at 10:30 this morning. So all of our competitors in race group number 1 should now be in the grid area. For those of you who weren't with us earlier to hear the explanation and definition of Spec Miata, it is a category for NA and NB series Miatas, the first and second generation of the Mazda Miata sports car. Limited preparation rules on these cars. You're allowed to upgrade the suspension and brakes. No modifications permitted for the engine except for an air intake restrictor on the larger displacement engines to equalize competition between the 1.6 liter and 1.8 liter power plants that are in the NA and NB series cars. And all of the cars in the Spec Miata class race on tires provided by the Hoosier Tire Company. In addition to the limited performance modifications, the cars are required to have the latest in racing safety equipment, the full roll cage, specially designed racing seat belt, and shoulder harness assembly, as well as all of the driver's personal safety equipment. So we have a very equalized form of competition here in the Spec Miata class. Not a lot of performance tuning allowed in the engine. The drivers make some subtle adjustments to the suspension to extract the maximum performance from the cars. And we expect to have a very competitive race, as typified by the margin of victory in yesterday's qualifying heat, which was just 61 thousandths of a second, separating Matt Carr in the number 90 and Sean Noonan in the number 0. So with that background, let's introduce the starting lineup to you for qualifying heat number 2 for the cars in Group 1. These are Spec Miatas, NA and NB series Mazdas racing here at Miatacon 2024. Scheduled to start in 36th position, Cody Connolly in car number 92. From 35th in the lineup, it will be the number 8 for Anthony Geraci. Ben Wallace in car number 99, scheduled to line up in 34th position. Scheduled for 33rd, but probably sidelined because of some damage from yesterday, would be Del Ore in the 16. Stuart Hawkins also picked up some damage in an incident in the number 26. He is scheduled to start from 32nd position. 31st in the lineup will go to car number 21. This is Tom Rush out of Millwood, New York. Mark Sharon in the number 190 will start from 30th position. 29th in the lineup goes to car number 85. This is Christopher Perkins. 28th in the lineup will be car number 188. This is Ron Cohen in the Rossmar Racing entry out of New York City. Andrew Smiley's number 88 lines up in 27th position. Smiley racing out of Morris, Connecticut. Spencer Patterson's number 9 will line up in 26th. This is the special... This is Spencer Patterson in the number 9, lining up in 26th. 25th in the lineup to the number 128 of John Koch. Connor Thomas in the number 125 will line up in 24th position, coming all the way from Loveland, Colorado, with the Roofworks Planet Miata Go For It entry for Connor Thomas. Brian Rossio in the number 79 will start 23rd on the field. He is out of Syracuse, New York. Bill Ruckert is in the number 11, starting in 22nd position. Ruckert from Southport, Connecticut. Mike Anderson's number 169 lines up in 21st position. 20th in the lineup to the number 91. This is Tyler Sharon. Kurt Sires, number 86, starts in 19th position. Kurt Sire racing out of Sheffield, Massachusetts. Ken Williams in the number 07 will line up in 18th position. 17th in the starting lineup to Mark Murphy's number 75 from Newington, Connecticut. Zachariah Rosenberg in the number 171 will start in 16th position. Rosenberg racing out of Englewood, New Jersey. Dave Nagler in the Village Auto Works number 67 will start in 15th position from Chester, New York. This is the Krug Speed Hack Racing entry. The senior member of the Mendel family, Greg Mendel, will start in 14th position in the Gear Village number 77 out of Lakeville, Connecticut. Dave Nissenbaum in the number 192 will start 13th on the field. He is from Red Hook, New York. Russell Farhang in the number 74 starts in 12th position. 11th in the lineup to the younger member of the Mendel clan, the number 71 for Greg Mendel out of Lakeville, Connecticut. Patrick Daly's number 53 lines up in 10th position. Dickie Regal with the Lime Rock Park number 34 entry will start in 9th. 8th to the Duminator, Don Duman, the Southern Auto Auctions number 52, starting in 8th position. Steve Katz in the number 73 will start 7th in the lineup. Katz racing out of Bardonia, New York with the Rossmar Racing OnTrackInsurance.com entry. Earl Tucker Sr. in the number 24 starts in 6th position out of Branford, Connecticut, the Empire Paving entry. Will Lambros in the Skip Barber Racing School number 777 from Northport, New York starts 5th on the field, 4th in the starting lineup to the second member of the brother duo from the Lambros family, Dean Lambros, the runner-up in the Skip Barber Racing Series for 2024, taking a switch over to Mazda Miatas for the weekend. He will line up in 4th position in number 757. 3rd in the starting field to car number 17. This is Justin Ferraro out of North Salem, New York. And your front row, outside starting position to the number 0. This is Sean Noonan with the Kessler Engineering Krug Speed SCDA1 Co-Pro Renovations entry out of Newburgh, New York. Pole position to car number 90. Matthew Carr from Torrington, Connecticut. The car is prepared and entered by Housatonic Racing Development. So that is your starting lineup for qualifying heat number 2, second heat race of the weekend for the drivers in the Spec Miata category. Two pace laps behind the Lime Rock Park Miatacon 2024 safety car. And then we will send them on their way for a 20-minute qualifying race. Combined results from yesterday's heat race as well as this event to determine the starting lineup for this afternoon's 30-minute feature for the competitors in Spec Miata. Good to see Stuart Hawkins back in action in the number 26. Hawkins picked up some damage in an opening lap incident yesterday with the Special Olympics Connecticut number 26 entry. Hard work by the crew overnight seems to have gotten the car repaired sufficiently that he can tag on to the starting position. Matthew Carr and Sean Noonan ready to pace the field. Bob Green in the Miatacon Lime Rock Drivers Club pace car will bring the field through the diving turn, then dip down onto pit road, and Noonan and Carr will come under starters' orders, looking for a good 2x2 formation to get our qualifying heat race underway. Okay. Pace car down on the pit road, green flag anticipated. And heat race number 2 for the Spec Miata is underway. Good start by Dean Lambros and Sean Noonan from the outside of the front row. He will try to get down into turn number 1. Still some cold tires. Some tire smoke as everybody brakes hard for turn number 1. Now onto the short chute headed towards the S's. Lambros and Noonan side by side, and it looks like Dean Lambros with the Skip Barber Racing School Miata number 757 is going to lead as they head off of the S's and onto the Paul Newman Straight at the back part of the circuit for the first time. Couple of cars getting tangled up over there right at the exit to the S's. Some contact there, and both of the cars going spinning to the outside of the racetrack. We'll see if we can get those cars moving again or whether we're going to have to go to a full course caution. But with heavy traffic, a couple of cars getting tangled up over in the S's. Well, we're going to stay under green flag conditions for now. There's 2 cars stopped. I believe there are 2 cars stopped on the outside portion of the circuit of the pavement, so we're going to continue at racing speeds here. And now it looks like we're going to go to a full course caution from the starter's stand. I'm not sure the race leaders have seen that full course caution yet. So the field should now slow down and get into single file formation. Kind of a late display of the caution flag, so the leading pack of cars was actually past the start finish line before the full course caution. The double yellow flags were displayed, so we'll see how they sort out the scoring on that. It was Dean Lambros with the lead as they came across the line in the number 757. Sean Noonan in the 02nd, Matt Carr, the pole position starter, in 3rd in number 90. Then it was Justin Ferraro in the 17 4th, Will Lambros in the 777 5th, 6th to Steve Katz in the 73, 7th to Earl Tucker in the 24. Dickie Regal was up to 8th in the Lime Rock entry, number 34 for Regal. Greg Mendel, the younger of the Mendel family members, in the number 71 was 9th. And Don Duman rounded out the top 10 in the number 52. Like the 2 cars that were involved would be Brian Rossio, number 79, and Bill Ruckert in the number 11. Tough break for Ruckert. He is the CFO here at Lime Rock Park, and they usually have a bit of an inter-office rivalry between Ruckert and our CEO, Dickie Regal, but it looks as though Bill Ruckert unfortunately caught up in that incident over at the exit to the S's in the number 11, along with Brian Rossio in the number 79. Lime Rock safety team on the scene, ready to assist the drivers who were involved in that incident. Hopefully we'll get a quick track cleanup. This is a 20-minute event, so it is a time-certain schedule. And hopefully we will quickly get back to green flag conditions, but for the moment, full course caution is the track condition as a result of an incident between Brian Rossio and Bill Ruckert. Car 79 for Rossio and the 11 for Ruckert. Dean Lambros is the race leader in the number 757. Sean Noonan in the 0, the car that started. Lambros from the 2nd row taking over the lead right as they went down into turn number 1. Sean Noonan in the 0 is 2nd. Matt Carr, who started from the pole position, slipping down to 3rd. Justin Ferraro in the 17 4th. Will Lambros in the 777 lines up in 5th. Steve Katz in the 73 is 6th. Earl Tucker Sr. in the number 24 7th. 8th to Dickie Regal in the number 34. 9th to young Greg Mendel in the number 71. Patrick Daly's number 53 is 10th. Don Duman in the 52 11th. Dave Nissenbaum in the 192 is 12th. 13th to Dave Nagler in the 67. Zachariah Rosenberg in the 171 will line up 14th, followed by the 07 of Ken Williams. 16th will be Mark Murphy in the 75. 17th to the 74 of Russ Farhang. Tyler Sharon in the 91 is 18th. 19th to the Gear Village number 77 for the senior member of the Mendel clan. That is Greg Mendel, the driver of the Gear Village entry. And Kurt Sire in number 86 rounds out the top 20. Safety crew still working on the cleanup over at the exit to the S's, right at the right-hander where the cars come out of the S's and go onto the Paul Newman straight on the back part of the circuit. Number of drivers trying to keep some heat in their tires here as we continue to circulate behind the Miatacon safety car while track cleanup continues over at the exit to the S's. Clock continues to run right now, showing just about 6 minutes complete, so still 14 minutes remaining. Hopefully we will quickly get back to green flag conditions. Again, we'll remind you that the scoring for this event will, along with the results from yesterday, will determine the starting lineup for the feature event this afternoon. So Will Lambros, right now, if you were to score the victory, would have 5 points. Matthew Carr currently was first yesterday and currently third. He would show with 4 points. Sean Noonan second yesterday and second today, also with 4 points. So that these positions in this race very important and to sort out the starting lineup for the feature race for the Spec Miata class, which will come up at 12:55 on the afternoon portion of our schedule. And just in doing that quick bit of mathematical work, we see that both Noonan and Carr would be at 4, and Lambros, again, this is all provisional. If there were to be no changes in position, would have 5, just to show you how tight the competition is here in the Spec Miata category. Track cleanup seems to have been completed over at the exit to the S's, so we should be ready to go back to green flag racing, showing just about 10 minutes remaining. So 10 minutes complete and 10 minutes remaining for our competitors here in qualifying heat number 2. Cars for race group number 2 should be on their way to the grid area. Cars for race group number 2, you are about 15 minutes away from your track time, so all competitors in race group number 2 should be on their way to the grid area. Once again, cars for race group number 2 should be on their way to the grid area. Safety car down on the pit lane. Green flag is at the ready to resume action here in race group number 1. Cars are in the starting zone. Green flag is out. The race is on towards turn number 1, led by Dean Lambros and the number 757, the Skip Barber Racing School entry. With a good jump at the start. That's about 4 or 5 car lengths over the battle going on behind him that involves Sean Noonan in the 0, Matt Carr in the number 90, and Dean's brother Will Lambros in the number 777. Race leaders down the hill, and it is the number 757 for Dean Lambros with the lead. Black number 0, black and red number 0 for Sean Noonan second, Matt Carr in the number 93rd, Will Lambros in the second of the Skip Barber Racing School entries, number 777 running in 4th, and rounding out the top 5 is the number 17 for Justin Ferraro. One of the cars trying to make up some ground is Ben Wallace in the number 99. Ben started at the tail end of the field as a result of a penalty from yesterday's racing. Wallace, usually one of the front runners in the category, trying to gain some positions. One car sideways down the hill. That looks like Justin Ferraro managed to get the cars straightened out, but a big slide for the number 17. Meanwhile, a challenge for the lead down into turn number 1. Sean Noonan going to the high side on Dean Lambros as they headed into Big Bend. Lambros able to keep his momentum and for the moment hang on to the lead. But a strong challenge coming from the number 0 of Sean Noonan. Noonan now finds his mirrors full of the red number 90 for pole position starter Matthew Carr. And the caboose on that 4-car train is the second of the Lambros brothers. That is Will Lambros in the number 777. It was a huge slide by Justin Ferrara. He was about 45 degrees. The tail of the car kicked out about 45 degrees momentarily, but he managed to get the handle on it. Had to give up a little bit of momentum, but never lost a position in the number 17. Dean Lambros hanging on for all he's worth here as the dust cloud dissipates at the base of the downhill turn. Sean Noonan still second, Matthew Carr third, Will Lambros fourth, Justin Ferraro still in 5th position. 6th is Earl Tucker in Steve Katz in the 73. 7th, Earl Tucker in the 24. 8th to Dickie Regal in the 34. 9th to Greg Mendel in the number 71. 10th to the 53 of Patrick Daly. 11th is Don Duman in the 52. 12th to 67 of Dave Nagler. 13th, Zachariah Rosenberg in the number 171. 14th to the 192 of Dave Nissenbaum, and Mark Murphy in the 75, and the 75 now rounding out the top 15. The top 4 cars separated by just 0.8 of a second. Quickly coming up on 3/4 distance, about to mark 15 minutes down and 5 minutes remaining. This time it's Matt Carr off in the dirt down the hill. He has to ease up on the throttle. That will allow Will Lambros through to 3rd. So the Lambros brothers now 1st and 3rd, sandwiching Sean Noonan in the 0. Matt Carr in the 90 trying to come back to challenge Will Lambros, but for the moment the 90 getting back in line. So it's Dean Lambros, your leader in 757. The 0 of Sean Noonan second, 777 Will Lambros third, red number 90. Rounding out that lead pack of cars, that is Matthew Carr. As they crossed the line, there was just 1/10 of a second, the gap between Dean Lambros and Sean Noonan. Slipstreaming down the Sam Posey straightaway, Matthew Carr trying to get back in the thick of the action. Sean Noonan right on the back bumper of Dean Lambros as they go down into turn number 1. Now Will Lambros sticks the nose of the 777 down inside momentarily. Dean Lambros and Sean Noonan side by side as they head towards the entry point to the S's, the left-hand corner. Noonan not quite able to make the move on Dean Lambros in the 757. Fast lap of the race, meanwhile, to Will Lambros in the 777 at 1 minute 1.240. So both of the Lambros brothers right in the thick of the action here, battling it out with Sean Noonan in the 0 and the 90 of Matthew Carr. Still sitting in 5th is Justin Ferraro in the number 17 as the race leaders come down the hill once again. Will Lambros trying to get alongside of Sean Noonan. Down into turn number 1, it's a braking battle between the 777 and the 0. Noonan slips wide just a little bit. That momentarily opened the door for Matt Carr, but Carr not able to capitalize. Up front, it's the Lambros brothers now leading the way. Dean Lambros in the 757 and Will Lambros in the 777. And they're going to try and pull out on Sean Noonan and Matthew Carr. See if there's a little bit of team tactics going on here with the Lambros brothers as the minutes count down, showing just about 3 minutes remaining. Looking for the leaders to come down the hill, and it looks as though the two Skip Barber Racing School entries momentarily at least pulling away from Sean Noonan and Matt Carr. Carr and Noonan need to work together rather than battling if they want to reel in the Lambros brothers. Carr's going to take a dive down inside of Sean Noonan and make the pass, however, to take over 3rd spot. So we'll keep our eyes on the red number 90 and see if he can reel in those two red and white Skip Barber entries that are at the head of the field. Matthew Carr started from pole position, trying to make a late race charge to reel in the two Lambros brothers. As the minutes count down, just about 18 minutes remaining, 18 minutes completed rather, and about 2 minutes remaining in this race, so time for perhaps 2 laps or 3 laps at the most. Again, this is a race with a 20-minute time limit. So once the 20 minutes has elapsed, the next lap you'll see the checkered flag, no sign yet of the 1 lap to go signal. And Matthew Carr and Sean Noonan have caught up with the two Lambros brothers. So we continue this 4-car Spec Miata battle. Justin Ferraro again goes skating across the dirt on the outside of the racetrack, but manages to keep the car under control. He sits in 5th position. Sean Noonan trying to get the nose of the 90 in there on Will Lambros for 2nd. Dean Lambros rather losing a spot, so it's Will Lambros in the 777 leading. At the line, it was Dean Lambros in the 757 second, then the 90 of Matthew Carr and the 0 of Sean Noonan. As they exited the S's, it looked as though Noonan was trying to get alongside of Dean Lambros. So we'll see if there's a change of lead around the back part of the racetrack. Matthew Carr just scoring the fast lap of the race at 1 minute 9:47. Still the red and white Skip Barber entries at the head of the field. Matthew Carr and Sean Noonan trying to chase them down. 1 lap to go is the signal from the starter's stand. So it is Dean Lambros back in the lead in the 757. Will Lambros in the 777 second. 3rd to Matthew Carr in the 90 as they come out of Big Bend onto the short chute headed towards the S's. Carr tries to get a look down to the inside but can't find any racing room there. So they will go single file through the S's and now onto the Paul Newman straight. It is Dean Lambros in the 757 leading. 777 Will Lambros 2nd, Matthew Carr in the 93rd, and Sean Noonan in car number 0 was in 4th. Let's see what the order's like as they race across the plateau on the back part of the circuit. And we'll look for them to come back into view coming down the hill and headed towards the final turn and the checkered flag here at Lime Rock Park in qualifying race number 2. It is a bumper-to-bumper battle as they come onto the Sam Posey Straight. Skip Barber Racing School entries will lead the way. And it will be Dean Lambros with the win in the number 757. They are showing Matthew Carr actually in second position. And William Lambros in the 777 was third. I thought I saw the nose of the 777 slightly ahead of Carr, but the scoring system showing Matthew Carr second and Will Lambros third, Sean Noonan fourth, 17 Justin Ferraro fifth, Earl Tucker in the 24 sixth, seventh to Steve Katz in the 73. Dickie Regal with a strong performance in the 34 takes down 8th position. 9th to Pat Daly in the 53. Greg Mendel in the 71 takes 10th. Don Duman in the 52 will come home in 11th. 12th to Zachariah Rosenberg in the number 171. 13th to the 192 of Dave Nissenbaum. Dave Nagler in the number 67 was 14th. 15th to Mark Murphy in the 75. 16th Ken Williams in the 07. 86 Kurt Sire finishes 17th. 18th to the number 91 of Tyler Sharon. Mike Anderson in the number 161 was 19th. And Greg Mendel in the second of the Gear Village entries, the number 77, rounded out the top 20. In 21st was Anthony Geraci in number 8. 22nd to John Koch in the number 128. Connor Thomas in the number 125 was 23rd. 24th was Ben Wallace in the 99. 25th to Gerald Cohen in the number 45. 26th to Russell Farhang in the 74, followed in 27th by car number 190, Mark Sharon. 28th went to Andrew Smiley's number 88. 29th to Spencer Patterson in the 9. 30th to Christopher Perkins in the 85. 21 Tom Rush was 31st. 32nd to the 92 of Matt Connolly. And the final car running at the finish was Ron Cohen in the number 188. Unfortunately sidelined early in the event, Bill Ruckert in the 11 and Brian Rossio in the number 75. So congratulations to Dean Lambros. The margin of victory, 15 hundredths of a second. 757 taking the win over the number 90 of Matthew Carr. Will Lambros in the 777 scored third, and Sean Noonan fourth in the number 0. So the mathematicians will now start to figure out the starting order for this afternoon's feature race. Matthew Carr has a first and a second, so that gives him a score of 3. Dean Lambros with a first and a fourth has a score of 5. Will Lambros with a third and a fifth would have a score of 8. Sean Noonan with a second and a fourth would have a score of 6. So it looks as though Matthew Carr is going to be the car that lines up in the number 1 position. We'll await confirmation of that from race officials. But certainly a great start to the racing action here. Tight battle throughout the field in our Spec Miata competition. And we'll look forward to even more racing action for the feature event for these cars, which will get its green flag at 12:55 this afternoon. Once again, congratulations to Dean Lambros picking up the win in heat race number 2 in the Skip Barber Racing School entry, car number 757. Take just a minute to catch our breath here. Cars for race group number 2 should be in the grid area. This would be our NC and ND series MX-5s, ready to go with their second qualifying race. Scheduled to start in 8th position, Brad Childs in car number 87. This is an NC series Miata MX-5. Justin Tracy with one of the Mazda Global Racers, the ND Series Miata number 30, MX-5 rather, will line up in 7th position. 6th in the starting lineup, another 3rd generation MX-5 will be Alex Rubenstein in the number 600. Colin Duffy in the number 72 scheduled to line up in 5th position, another of the MX-5 Cup cars. Mark Cefalo with the Planet Miata number 00 entry starts 4th. 3rd on the field, showing Michael Tinnis scheduled to start in third position in the number 26. And your front row, Jaden Lander in the number 04. And on the pole position, Massimo Risi in another of the ND Series MX-5s. This is car number 18. Driver looking to make up for some disappointment from yesterday is Colin Duffy in the number 72. Duffy was leading the race by a comfortable margin when he slipped wide at the exit to the S's, and that dropped him well down in the field. He was able to recover for a 5th place finish, but it was Duffy who was certainly the driver who had one of the fastest cars in the race, not necessarily representative of his 5th place finish yesterday. So we'll look forward to some great racing action. A bit thinner field with just 8 cars lining up for our MX-5 Cup and NC Open category. The current generation ND Series Mazda MX-5, a car specially commissioned by Mazda for racetrack competition. Rather than having individual teams build their cars, there is a single constructor for the MX-5 Cup car. That is Phil's Performance in Daytona Beach, Florida. Mazda ships the street-ready MX-5s to Phil's Performance, where they are stripped down and modified for racing, and then made available through the Mazda dealer network for competitors in the Sports Car Club of America T3 category. That is the hardtop version of the MX-5, as well as the open cockpit version that races in the Whelen MX-5 Championship Series. And that car represented in this race by the number 33 of Justin Tracy. As we mentioned earlier, also some other Mazda racing action going on today, a special non-championship event for the Whelen MX-5 Series taking place at the Martinsville Speedway in the state of Virginia. The first time the Mazda MX-5 Cup cars have raced on an oval track, and that race will be broadcast live on the IMSA TV channel on YouTube coming up at 6 o'clock this evening. So if you, once you see the racing action here at Lime Rock Park, be sure to tune into IMSA TV, the YouTube channel, for Mazda Whelen MX-5 racing action from the Martinsville stock car track. 100 laps of racing for our Mazda MX-5 competitors coming up today down in Martinsville. Risi in the 18 and Duffy in the 72 racing their MX-5s in SCCA Touring 3 configuration with the hardtop in place. As we mentioned, Justin Tracy running in the Whelen MX-5 Series configuration with the open cockpit number 33 Mazda MX-5. All of those current generation cars. And then we have NC Series cars for Jaden Lander number 04, Michael Tinnis number 26, Mark Cefalo in the 00, Alex Rubenstein in the number 600, and Brad Childs in the number 87. Massimo Risi racing out of Greenwich, Connecticut in the Advanced System Design entry. Colin Duffy, as we mentioned, in the number 72 with the Hayden Wood Insurance Group car out of Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. Also has a second car here, a brand new MX-5 that is on display in the lower portion of the paddock area. So if you are in the market for a Mazda Cup Global Racer, Colin Duffy has one available. And if you'd like to get a close-up look at what makes up the current generation of the Mazda MX-5 competition version, there is one on display up in the Mazda USA display in the B paddock area. Couple of very unique representations. First of all, they have a full-fledged MX-5 up there in racing configuration. And they also have a unusual cutaway, which is a street version of the MX-5 combined with the modifications made for racing services. The car basically split down the middle, the left side the competition configuration, and the right side of the car the street version, to show you the contrasts between these two different configurations. So be sure to stop by and visit the folks at the Mazda USA Lounge in the fan zone and get a look at that very unique Mazda MX-5 that is on display down there. Waiting for the go signal from the grid area. about to roll out the Miatacon pace car. Massimo Risi and Jaden Lander on the front row, 18 and 04. Michael Tinnis in the 26. And Mark Cefalo in the 00. It looks as though they've shuffled the lineup a little bit here. It is going to be Risi and Lander on the front row. Cefalo and Duffy on row number 2. Row number 3 will be the number 600 for Alex Rubenstein and the number 33 for Justin Tracy. And then the 87 and the 26, 87 for Childs, and the 26 of Michael Tinnis. And Tinnis with a penalty from yesterday dropped to the tail end of the field here in our NC and ND series race for Miatacon 24. This is race group number 2. Again, 20 minutes the format. And cars for race group number 3 should also be making their final preparations. We will give you a call to the staging area in just a couple of moments. So cars for race group number 3 should be getting ready to make their way to the staging area. Once again, two pace laps for the cars here in race group number 2. Then we will go to green flag racing for 20 minutes, second of 2 qualifying events for the cars in race group number 2. Tinnis will be the car to watch in this race at number 26, starting from the tail end of the field. He was a front runner yesterday and incurred a penalty and has to go to the back of the pack. So he, along with Colin Duffy, trying to make up for some disappointment yesterday. Up front, Massimo Risi in the green, white, and red number 18, the Mazda Global MX-5, and the NC Series car of Jaden Lander making up row number 1. If you would like a limited edition Miatacon 2024 poster, there is a limited supply of them available at the Barber Shop, our souvenir and concession store located at the base of the infield spectator area. A great memento to take home from the 2024 edition of the Miatacon event here at Lime Rock Park. So again, limited edition posters available at the Barber Shop located at the base of the infield spectator hillside area. Bob Green ready to bring the Miatacon pace car onto pit road. Massimo Risi. Looked as though Jaden Lander had a problem on the second pace lap. He's going to the tail end of the field. Michael Tinnis, meanwhile, moving up through traffic right at the green flag. A little bit of a shuffle there at the start. Jaden Lander scheduled to start on the second row, or rather on the outside of the front row, but apparently had a problem and had to drop to the back of the field. Up front, Massimo Risi in the 18 is the race leader. Mark Cefalo in the 00 second. Michael Tinnis in the 26 third. Then the black number 72 for Colin Duffy in fourth. Almost looked like there was some contact between Tinnis and Duffy as they made their way through the S's, but everybody able to keep their forward momentum, working their way to complete lap number 1 here in qualifying race number 2 for our NC and ND Series Mazda MX-5s. Risi in the 18 will lead them down the hill for the first time. Cefalo second, Tinnis third, Duffy fourth. Duffy getting right up on the curbing coming down the hill, kicked up a little bit of dust. Jaden Lander currently in fifth, followed by the 600 Rubenstein and the 32 of Justin Tracy and the 87 of Childs. Mark Cephalo getting a little bit wide there, opens the door for Michael Tinnis to move through in the number 26. Cephalo then swings wide coming out of the S's, and that opens the door for Colin Duffy. So a little bit of backsliding for Mark Cephalo in the number 00. Yesterday we saw a number of drivers having some difficulties keeping the car on the track, exiting the S's, and that seems to be true again today. Everybody taking a very wide line, going right out to the edge of the pavement, and in fact sometimes a little bit beyond. Change in lead up front. Michael Tinnis in the 26, now your race leader. Massimo Risi in the 18 trying to get the lead back as they go down to number 1, and Colin Duffy right there as well now in the black 72. Duffy will dip down to the inside of Risi in the middle of Big Bend and come out in second place. We'll see if Duffy now can chase down Tinnis in the number 26, our new race leader. So Massimo Risi, who was yesterday's winner, slipping from first to third here. As we started to say, a number of incidents yesterday exiting the S's. Everybody seeming to take a very wide line, and it's a thin line before you step over the edge of the pavement and have that telltale cloud of dust that signals that the left side wheels are off in the dirt. So we'll keep our eyes on the action over there at the exit to the S's. As our race leaders are down the hill once again, Michael Tinnis still with the lead, Colin Duffy second in the black 72. And Massimo Risi slipping down in the third, number 18. Fourth, Mark Cephalo in the double 2. And Jaden Lander in the 04, rounding out the top 5. Duffy making a move on Tinnis to take the lead. Tinnis actually swinging wide at the entry point to the S's, and that opened the door for Risi as well. So first of all, Colin Duffy goes through in the 72, followed by Massimo Risi in the 18. Michael Tinnis now slipping down to third. We'll see if he can make up any ground after that miscue at the left-hander that marked the entry point to the S's. Duffy and Risi for the moment with a little bit of a gap over the 26 of Tinnis. Then Cephalo battling with Lander for fourth. Risi will try to get alongside of Duffy as they cross the start-finish line. Down into the turn number 1 braking zone. It is Risi who retakes the lead in the 18. So a strong comeback from Massimo Risi in the number 18. He was down in third. Managed to get by Michael Tinnis and then took over the lead from Colin Duffy as they went down into the turn number 1 braking zone. Massimo Risi continuing to lead. Colin Duffy in the 72 second. On the comeback trail, the number 26 from Michael Tinnis, who is now pulled away from Jaden Lander in the number 04. Problem for Mark Cephalo in the number 00. Looks though we've had a driver change on the 04. They're showing Anthony Geraci in that car now. In any case, Mark Cephalo in the 00 with problems pulling onto pit road. So a tough break for the 00 car of Cephalo. Double 0 being waved back out on the track, so I'm not sure what the issue was there, but Cephalo in the 00 on the pit road, then back out on the circuit, now well behind the rest of the pack. Massimo Risi trying to pull away on Colin Duffy. Duffy looks in his mirrors, he'll see Michael Tinnis coming along in the number 26. pair of ND Series MX-5 leading the way on the first of the NC Series cars. Michael Tinnis in third. And fourth for the 04, now indicating that Anthony Geraci is the driver of that car. The NC Series car of Tinnis proving to be a good match with the newer model ND Series cars driven by Reese and Duffy. Fast lap of the race now, in fact, to Michael Tinnis at 1 minute, .117. Tinnis makes the pass, or tries to make the pass on Duffy, and does make it coming down the hill, so a daring pass through the downhill section of the racetrack for Michael Tinnis in number 26, into the runner-up position. Let's see if he can track down Massimo Risi with the number 18. Quite the battle shaping up here for the lead as Michael Tinnis moves into position to challenge Massimo Risi. Well, now Risi manages to move out on Tinnis, and Tinnis once again locked in a battle with Colin Duffy. So whatever happened on the back part of the racetrack with the number 26, Michael Tinnis gave up some ground on race leader Massimo Risi. And Colin Duffy wide down in turn number 1 is going to go dirt tracking on the outside of the racetrack. Will come to a stop with 4 wheels off the circuit. So Duffy, as he did yesterday, locked in a kind of showing a miscue down there, going wide this time in turn number 1, and that's going to drop him out of the battle for the lead. So Colin Duffy trying a little bit too hard down in turn number 1, goes off in the dirt, able to get the car going again, but it now makes it a basically 2-car battle at the front of the field. Massimo Risi in the 18 facing a challenge from the 26 of Michael Tinnis. For the moment, a fairly useful lead for Risi as they cross the stripe. The gap from first to second is 1.4 seconds. Anthony Geraci will now be scored in third in the number 04. Colin Duffy comes back on in fourth position in the number 72, but well separated from the leading pair of cars that he was battling with just 1 lap earlier. Then it's Alex Rubenstein in the number 600, just ahead of Justin Tracy in the 33. The 87 of Brad Childs, and then rounding out the field, the 00 of Mark Cefalo. Just coming up on the halfway point of this race, so we've had lots of action in the first 10 minutes. And let's see how the second segment of the race rolls off with Massimo Risi in the lead in car number 18. Miatacon competition, so that is just speculation on our part. The best that Duffy could do would be to challenge Geraci. We'll see how it plays out over the next 6 or so minutes here in qualifying heat number 2 for our NC and ND Series MX-5 Mazdas. Mark Cefalo, who had to make a stop earlier in the 00, will gain a position as he has caught Brad Childs. Cefalo will go by as they head down in turn number 1. Risi incrementally continuing to add to his advantage over Michael Tinnis, now up to 1.9 seconds. So Massimo Risi with a very smooth performance and very consistent driving from the driver of car number 18, not getting rattled when he actually slipped down to third position momentarily, has now established himself as the race leader and just turned his best lap of the race at 1 minute, .129 in the number 18. Well, Massimo Risi that time, a matter of inches, a little bit wide at the downhill corner, a little puff of dust off of the left rear tire of the car as it got up on the curbing coming through the diving turn. Didn't cost Risi very much in terms of lap time, but it does show just how hard he is continuing to drive out at the front of the field in the number 18. Risi continuing to stretch the margin over the 26 of Michael Tinnis. All of a sudden, the lead has grown to some 5 seconds. So we'll keep our eyes on Tinnis, whether he might have a problem developing with the car, or whether he has decided that he needs to save what is left with the car for the feature race this afternoon and solidly sit in second. But the field now getting spread out here as we come to the final quarter of this race. 16 minutes complete and about 4 minutes remaining. Massimo Risi in the number 18 with a 5-second advantage now over the second place car of Michael Tinnis. Third place to Anthony Geraci in the number 04. Fourth is the 72 of Colin Duffy. And Alex Rubenstein in the number 600 will round out the top 5. We should mention that the NC Series third generation MX-5, now a category all its own in Sports Car Club of America competition. Spec MX-5 crowning its first national champion at the runoffs at Road America earlier this year. So there is now a competition package for the MX-5 similar to that which has been established for the NA and NB series cars. First time today that we have seen Massimo Risi get below the 1 minute mark, so he continues to pick up the pace even as we get into the closing stages of this qualifying event. 59.908 for Massimo Risi in car number 18. That is marginally quicker than his best lap from yesterday, which was 59.985. Michael Tinnis yesterday, best lap of 1 minute .134, and a little bit quicker today, 1 minute .117. So for the cars in race group number 2, we are seeing just a little bit more speed out of them in spite of the somewhat breezier conditions that we have today compared to yesterday. Let's also give another call to the cars in race group number 3. If you are in race group number 3, NA and NB Series Open class competitors, you should be in the grid area at this time. All cars in race group number 3 should be in the grid area moving into their assigned starting positions. Looking for the 1 lap to go signal for Massimo Risi the next time he comes down across the start-finish line. Here is the number 18, Mike Petrucci, giving him the 1 lap to go signal. Risi comfortably out in front, and Michael Tinnis continuing to lose ground. I wonder if his tires might be going off just a bit, as now it is nearly an 11-second lead for Massimo Risi over Michael Tinnis. Anthony Geraci not able to close in on Tinnis to battle for second, and Colin Duffy still in fourth position in the number 72. So Massimo Risi on his final tour around the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park for the second of two qualifying races, and it will be a perfect weekend thus far for the driver of number 18. Picked up the victory in yesterday's heat race, and now we'll do it in today's second heat event for our cars in group number 2. Here is Risi in the number 18, about to bring it across the start-finish line. Perfect 2 for 2 in the winner's circle in qualifying events for Massimo Risi in car number 18. Second to Michael Tinnis in the 26. Third to Anthony Geraci, taking over from Jaden Lander in the number 04. Fourth to Colin Duffy. Fifth will go to Alex Rubenstein in the 600. Sixth to Justin Tracy in the number 33. Seventh to Mark Cefalo in the number 00. And rounding out the field was Brad Childs in car number 87. Colin Duffy certainly will be looking forward to the feature race and trying to make up for the disappointment he has experienced here in both of our qualifying events. He has been in the lead pack on both occasions and had off-course excursions that dropped him down through the order. With an 8-car field, he'll still be starting fairly close to the front, but Duffy certainly looking to make up for the disappointment that he has experienced thus far in our feature race for the cars in Group 2, scheduled to come up at 1:35 this afternoon. Quick check of the tire pressures for all of our leading competitors, and then they will head back to the grid area from race number 2. Cars for race group number 3 in the staging area now. This is our open competition category for NA and NB series Mazda Miatas. A number of competitors racing in Spec Miata condition, but a number of other cars in this group taking advantage of the more liberalized rules, and some of the cars prepared to the STL category rules from the Sports Car Club of America, which allow the addition of various aerodynamic aids. A couple of open cockpit production specification cars for the Tonelli family coming out as well, both of them suffering problems yesterday, so they could be a pair of cars to watch from the back of the field. And several cars prepared for the Champ Car Long Distance Racing Series as well. They also are allowed more extensive modifications. So good variety of NA and NB Series cars coming out here for race group number 3. Scheduled to start 21st on the field, the number 473 for Kevin Driscoll. Terrence Smith in the number 0 scheduled to go out of 20th position. Car number 553, Rick Hosley in the Hosley Explosives Engineering NB Series car out of Chester, Connecticut, was a front runner yesterday till he had a wheel bearing go bad. He will be starting from 19th position. Car number 91, one of the quickest cars in the field yesterday before experiencing mechanical problems, was Peter Tonelli, the second in the yellow number 91. This is one of 2 open cockpit Miata Roadsters in competition. Correction from my statistician, it was a differential problem on the Tonelli car. Nonetheless, he is able to take the start from 18th position. 17th in the lineup to the number 89, the Flat Out Motorsports entry out of Boston, Massachusetts for Thomas Swoboda. Ben Foltz in the number 88 will start in 16th position. 15th on the field to Bridget Duffy in car number 11. the Hayden Wood Insurance car from Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. Eddie Zemek racing out of Schenectady, New York, in the number 38, starts 14th on the field. Zemek, one of our senior level competitors, featured in an article on our website by the folks from Sunday Group Management. Ed Zemek started his racing career 5 years ago at age 70, and now going strong at age 75. The number 38, Ed Zemek, going out of 14th position. 13th in the starting lineup to the number 28, that is Mark Euland, the Z2 Motorsports entry from East Berlin, Connecticut. Lucian Arbor in the number 12 will start in 12th position. The Legamin Cafe car from nearby Sharon, Connecticut. Second of the Tonelli family entries, Peter A.J. Tonelli in the number 7. Second of the open cockpit F production style cars will start in 11th position. 10th in the starting lineup to the number 13 for David Grant out of Newington, Connecticut. 9th in the starting field will be the number 662 from Shelton, Connecticut. We have Christopher Haywood. Shakir Wilson, one of the cars to watch from yesterday. In the first of the qualifying events, he started in 20th position, worked his way all the way up to 8th in the number 3. Coming up from Raleigh, North Carolina, Shakir Wilson starting in 8th position. 7th in the starting lineup, the number 314. This is Van Svensson from Hyde Park, New York, in the Hack Racing entry. Justin Brigandy's number 663, the Haywood Racing NA Series Mazda, will start in 6th position. 5th in the starting lineup to the number 129. That is the entry for Alex Radovic Marino, number 129 from Boston, Massachusetts, the Rossmar Racing Miata. Richard Peacock in the number 03 out of Garwood, New Jersey, starts in 4th position. 3rd in the starting lineup to Jessica Tracy in car number 82, the track gear entry from Warwick, New York. Michael Stack in the turbocharged Mazda Speed number 681. Another entry from Hack Racing will start on the outside of the front row and pole position to car number 81 from New Milford, Connecticut, the Rossmar Racing NB Series Mazda for Thomas DiCandido. So that is the starting lineup for race group number 3. Again, 20 minutes, the time limit for this second and final qualifying race for the cars in race group number 3. And following the conclusion of this race, we will be on our lunch break, and this will be an opportunity for all of our car corral participants to take some parade laps around the racetrack. We will also have our group photo taking place from the nearly 400 Mazda Miatas and MX-5s that have assembled here for Miatacon 2024. So if you are part of the car corral contingent, we hope that you will enjoy the activities during our lunch break. And then we will get back to racing action with our feature races. And the first of our feature races will be the Spec Miata event, scheduled to go to the green flag at 12:55 this afternoon. Lights are on the Miatacon 2024 pace car, indicating that we are just about ready to roll the field out onto the track for their second and final qualifying heat for the weekend to determine starting lineups for their feature race, which will take place at 2:15 this afternoon. we actually managed to get a minute or two ahead of schedule here, so a little bit of a hold as we anticipate rolling the cars out for their pace lap at 11:40. Final race of the morning portion of our program. It's a good time for us to remind you that the Lime Rock Cafe is open for business. And Hummel Brothers is the official hot dog of Lime Rock Park, made in New Haven, Connecticut. Hummel Brother hot dogs are available at the Lime Rock Cafe. And don't forget to try the all-new Bull Ring Bacon Dog with house-made bacon, relish, banana peppers, and crispy fried onions. So our thanks to Hummel Brothers for their continuing support of racing here at Lime Rock Park. Hummel Brothers from New Haven, Connecticut, the official hot dog of Lime Rock Park. My statistician Craig Robertson has been checking out the menu at the Lime Rock Cafe. And not only do we have the Hummel Brothers special hot dog, the Bull Ring Bacon Dog, we now have the spicy Miata burger. So be sure to check out those delightful treats at the Lime Rock Cafe, located in the center portion of the paddock area here at Lime Rock Park. Meanwhile, the Miatacon 2024 pace car bringing the field out onto the track for the second and final qualifier for the cars in race group number 3. Thomas DiCandido in the number 81 on the pole position. Mazda Speed turbocharged Miata number 681 from Michael Stack on the outside of the front row. Jessica Tracy in the number 82 and the number 03 for Robert Picut on row number 2. Row number 3 will be Alex Radovico Marino in the number 129 and Justin Brigandy in the 663. Dan Svensson in the 314 and Shakir Wilson in row number 4. Row number 5 to Christopher Haywood in the 662. And David Brand in the 13. Peter A.J. Tonelli in the 7. Lucien Arbor in the 12 on row number 6. Row number 7 to the 28 of Mark Euland and the 38 of Eddie Zemek. Bridget Duffy on the 11 and Ben Folcher on row number 8. Row number 9, the 89 of Tom Swoboda and the 91 of Peter Tonelli. And we round out the field with the 553 of Rick Hosley. Cars to watch from the back of the pack. Rick Hosley very quick in the Hosley Explosives, number 553, before he had mechanical problems yesterday. Peter Tonelli in the yellow Miata Roadster, number 71, also among the front runners. He's going to start down in 18th position. So those will be a pair of cars to watch coming from the back of the pack here in race group number 3. All of our car corral participants who want to do some parade laps should report to their cars. We're going to start lining you up as soon as this race is over. So if you are one of our car corral participants and you want to take part in the parade laps, please report to your car at this time. You will be able to see the racing action from the B paddock area. And we would like all of our car corral participants who want to do some parade laps to report to their cars at this time. Again, this is a call for all of our car corral participants who want to take part in the parade lap portion of our program during the lunch break. You should report to your car so that we can start to get everybody lined up. We have a large contingent of cars that want to do the parade lap, so we're going to try and get you out on the track as soon as this race group gets to the checkered flag. So all of our participants in the car corral in the B paddock who would like to do parade laps, please report to your vehicle at this time. Bob Green bringing the Miatacon pace car onto pit road. Thomas DiCandido and Michael Stack pace the field towards the green flag. Race group number 3 on its way towards turn number 1. Good jump by DiCandido. I thought that Stack might get the turbocharged Mazda speed car spooled up, but it was DiCandido who got the drop at the start, and he will lead the field through turn number 1. Mazda Speed Miata of Michael Stack trying to get alongside on the short chute, but not quite enough racing room there. A couple of cars kind of slow on the uptake, causing a little bit of a traffic jam deeper in the field. Trying to come through traffic, the number 91 for Peter A.J. Tonelli, and the number, for Peter Tonelli the second. Meanwhile, the second of the Roadsters, the number 7 car, seems to be drifting back a little bit. That is Peter A.J. Tonelli. So we'll see how things sort out with our open cockpit cars. Those cars usually take a couple of laps really to get up to speed. They are on specially designed racing tires that take a little bit of time to get some heat in them to provide optimum grip. So we will watch from the back of the pack to see how Peter Tonelli in the number 91 does. Full course caution. I'm not sure what has happened. Looks as though we've got a gap in the field, and a couple of cars looked like they had a little bit of trouble getting up to speed as the green flag came out. So we're going to get the cars into single file order here. See if we can dispatch the pace car once again. It looks as though we've got a car stopped on the edge of the pavement down in turn number 1. Looks like that might be Van Svensson. That is the zebra-colored number 314. Car has come to a stop on the racetrack. Can't tell whether there's any damage on the Svensson car. It seems to be stopped on the pavement. I'm not sure. Just hard to see through the binoculars whether there might be some damage on the right front corner of the car. But in any case, we go to full course caution. Bob Green will get the Miatacon pace car back on the circuit, and we will go into single file formation here, with Thomas DiCandido in the lead. Michael Stack and the Mazda Speed Miata, the turbocharged version of the Mazda that was in limited production. Currently in second. Jessica Duffy in the number 82 is third. Shakira Wilson in 6th position. Has already gained a couple of spots. And Peter Tonelli the second, who started in 18th position, now shown in 10th place. So hopefully we'll quickly get back to green flag racing. Some great competition shaping up here in race group number 3. But for the moment, we are under full course caution because of problems with the Van Svensson. The zebra striped entry for Svensson stopped down in turn number 1. That's car number 314. The other car we seem to be missing will be the 129 of Alex Radovic Marino. Not sure if he's stopped on the circuit somewhere as well, or whether he's involved down in turn number 1. again, this is a call for all of our car corral participants who would like to take part in our parade laps during the lunch break. If you would like to get a tour of the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park, be sure to report to your car at this time, as we are trying to get everybody lined up so that we can dispatch the overflow crowd from the car corral onto the racetrack as soon as this race is completed. Also, while you're down in the B paddock area, don't forget to say hi to the folks from Moss Motors. They have their display right at the entry to the B paddock area. Moss Miata with a full line of aftermarket products for our favorite Japanese roadster. And also they are the sponsors of our special People's Choice Award. So you can pick out your favorite car in the car corral, and we will make our presentation of the Moss Motors Award coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. From the back of the pack, as we anticipate going back to the green flag, we see that a couple of cars that we had been watching closely. Rick Hostley from the back of the field already up to 8th in the number 553. Peter A.J. Tonelli in the number 91, the yellow Miata Roadster, currently in 9th. So both of those cars that started deep in the field already starting to move up through traffic. Hopefully we'll get back to green flag conditions, and they can we can see whether they can improve their performance in the next stage of this race. Shakir Wilson up to 5th, also gained 3 spots. As we said, Wilson, one of the cars to watch from yesterday, started 20th in yesterday's qualifier and finished 8th, and he has started this race in 8th position and has already picked up 3 spots up to 5th in the number 3. Track cleanup completed down in turn number 1, so we should be ready to go back to green flag conditions with Thomas DeCandido pacing the field in the red and white number 81. Miatacon pace car on to pit lane, ready to go back to green flag racing here for race group number 3. Problems for Rick Hostley in the 553. He has not gotten up to speed. Good start for Shakir Wilson in number 3. He's going to gain another spot going down into turn number 1. And the yellow number 91, the Miata Roadster for Peter Tonelli II, also on the move. So we've got several cars to watch making their way towards the front of the field. Tonelli with the 91 slicing and dicing through the S's gains another spot. Let's see what the order looks like as they come through the diving turn. Definitely the car on the move was Peter A.J. Tonelli in the yellow number 91. Meanwhile, it looks like Michael Stack has gotten the turbocharged Mazda speed car rolling. He is now the race leader from Thomas DeCandido in the 81. Shakir Wilson about to go around Jessica Tracy for 3rd position, and right behind Wilson is the number 91 for Peter Tonelli. So great shuffling of the order there. The Mazda speed turbocharged Miata with Michael Stack now in the lead. Thomas DeCandido to 2nd. Then it looked like Jessica Tracy in the 82, Shakir Wilson in the 3, and the yellow number 91 are Peter Tonelli. Rick Hostley also on the move, shown in 6th position in the number 553. Justin Brigandi in the 663 was 7th. 8th to Peter A.J. Tonelli in the 2nd of the Roadsters. That's the silver number 7. Lucian Arbor in the number 12 was 9th, and Christopher Haywood rounds out the top 10 in this number 662. Top 2 cars trying to break away here. DeCandido drafting on the Mazda Speed Turbo. as they head down into turn number 1. DiCandido tries to take a look down to the inside, locks a wheel up and has to get back in line. Peter Tonelli, those tires at maximum grip now on the number 91, is up to 3rd position, just ahead of the 82 of Jessica Tracy. And it's Shakir Wilson in the 3 and the 553 of Rick Hosley. DiCandido with the fast lap of the race at 1 minute .959 as he tries to chase down race leader Michael Stack. We'll see what kind of lap times Peter Tonelli can come up with once he gets clear of traffic and has a bit of clear roadway ahead of him. But Tonelli, the car on the move in the number 91. Tonelli now up to 3rd. Stack in the Mazda speed car able to pull out now on Thomas DiCandido. Now with the fast lap of the race at 1 minute .060, 4/10 of a second, 4/1000 of a second quicker rather than Peter Tonelli in the number 91. So the 2 fastest cars on the racetrack right now. Hosley in the 553 in 4th and Tonelli in the number 91 in 3rd. Shakir Wilson in 5th and the number 3 Jessica Tracy drifting back a little bit now, shown in 6th position in the number 82. 7th to Justin Burgandy in the 663. The 2nd of the Miata Roadsters, the number 7 for A.J. Tonelli, is now 8th, and 9th to Lucian Arbor in the 12. Christopher Haywood in the 662 continues to round out the top 10. Looks as though they are reeling in race leader Michael Stack. Stack had a bit of an advantage there, but now Thomas DiCandido has closed the gap. And here comes Peter Tonelli the 2nd in the yellow number 91 and Rick Hosley in the number 553. 2nd of the Roadsters, the number 7 car, trying to make up some ground as well. That is A.J. Tonelli. He is now going to take over 7th position. Peter Tonelli the 2nd trying to get down inside of Thomas DiCandido as they went onto the Paul Newman straight and was going to bring the 553 of Rick Hosley along with him. So we have got a 4-car scrap up front, a very distinct 4 cars in that group. Stack in the Mazda Speed, the turbocharged car. DiCandido in the NB Series car to STL specifications. Tonelli in the Roadster, and then Rick Hosley in the number 553. And it is Tonelli up to 2nd now, so he has gotten around Thomas DiCandido. Rick Hosley to 3rd in the 553. Michael Stack still leading the way in the Mazda Speed entry. So it is the turbocharged number 63 out in front, the normally aspirated number 91, the NA Series Miata for Peter Tonelli the 2nd, and then Rick Hosley right there in the Champ Car specification, number 553. Thomas DiCandido 81 4th. Shakir Wilson in the number 3 rounding out the top 5. Then it's Jessica Tracy in the 82, the 7 of A.J. Tonelli, 663 Justin Burgandy, Christopher Haywood in the 662, and now David Graham in the 13 rounding out the top 10. Here's your top 3 down the hill. Still the Mazda Speed car with the lead, but here comes Peter Tonelli the 2nd in the number 91. A little bit better on the brakes, a little bit more grip from the tires, able to get down inside of Michael Stack. So your new leader is Peter Tonelli the 2nd in the yellow Miata Roadster number 91. Michael Stack 2nd, Rick Hosley in the 553 3rd, and he will try to make the move on Stack as they come out of the S's, but Stack with the advantage onto the Paul Newman straight, and Thomas DiCandido right back in the fight in the number 81. Mechanical problems for number 662 on the pit road. Tonelli II starting to build a bit of a margin here now in the number 91. Rick Hossley trying to get by the Michael Stack car down into the first turn. Just about 5 minutes remaining now, 15 minutes complete and 5 minutes remaining here in our final qualifier for the cars in Group 3, the open category NA and NB Miatas. Tonelli II starting to break away now. The battle is for second between Rick Hossley and the 553 and the Mazda Speed number 681 from Michael Stack. Hossley has the inside line this time going into turn number 1, is able to gain a position, so demote the Mazda Speed car down to third. Stack will try to fight back as they get to the left-hander, but for the moment at least, Hossley with the move covered. Those cars all stacking up behind some lap traffic there. That is going to work to the advantage of Peter Tonelli II, who has now gotten down below the 1 minute mark, 59.267 for the driver of car number 91. Peter Tonelli able to set sail here with the lead. Hossley now second. The battle is for third between Candido's 81 and the Mazda Speed number 691 of Michael Stack. Shakir Wilson still in 5th position in the number 3. A solid run for him. Jessica Tracy in the 82 is 6th. Now that just changed. AJ Tonelli now 6th in the 7th. Jessica Tracy in the 82 7th. Justin Brigandy in the 663 is 8th. 9th to David Grant in the 13. And Mark Hewlin now rounds out the top 10 in car number 28. The other car that's made a strong move through the field is Terrence Smith, the 00. He started in 20th position. After problems yesterday, he's now up to 11th, so a +9 in terms of position gain for Terrence Smith in the 00. Remember, every position counts in this race. So although Hossley and Tonelli are out in front in this race, they both had problems yesterday, so they are going to be mid-pack starters at best. Battle for the front row positions continues to be between Michael Stack in the Mazda Speed number 681 and Thomas DiCandido in the 81. They were the cars that finished first and second yesterday. So they are battling for the number 1 position overall in terms of starting positions for this afternoon's feature race, while Tonelli and Hossley try to make up for disappointments from yesterday. Let's make one more call for all of our Car Corral participants who would like to take part in our lunch break parade laps. We need to have all of our Car Corral parade lap cars, drivers to their cars so that we can get you lined up and out on the track as soon as this race gets to the checkered flag, and that is just a couple of minutes away. So if you want to take part in our parade lap program, you need to be at your car at this time. Candido with a problem, slipped back. It's just ahead of Shakir Wilson. So for the moment, it is a solid 3rd place for Michael Stack in number 681. 3 + 2 for Stack would give him a score of 5, and DiCandido at this point would be also at 5, 1st place yesterday and 4th place today. So they are provisionally the front row starters for this afternoon's feature race for the cars in Group 3. 1 lap to go is the signal to Peter Tonelli II as he takes the number 91 down into turn number 1. 2.5 seconds, his advantage over Rick Hosley in the 5:53. Michael Stack in third. Thomas DiCandido battling with Shakir Wilson here. And the number 5 car. Wilson, another driver who potentially will be a front row or front of the pack starter here with the number 3 entry. Was 8th yesterday and right now shown in 5th position, so that would give him a score of 13. Jessica Tracy was 3rd yesterday and right now is running in 7th. That would give her a score of 10. So those are the cars that we're looking provisionally to be the upfront starters in this afternoon's feature race for cars here in group number 3. Peter Tonelli will acknowledge the checkered flag with the number 91. Second to Rick Hosley in the 5:53. Third to Michael Stack, the Mazda Speed number 61. Let's see how the battle shakes out for 4th position. I think DiCandido has enough to hold off Shakir Wilson at the line. DiCandido in the 81 for 4th. Wilson in the number 3 takes down 5th. 6th to Peter A.J. Tonelli in the number 7. 7th to Jessica Tracy in the 82. Justin Brigandi in the 663 is 8th. 9th to David Grant in the 13. 10th to Mark Eulin in the number 28. Lucian Arbor in the number 12 will finish 11th, followed by the 00 of Terrence Smith. Bridget Duffy in the number 11 comes home in 13th position. 14th to Kevin O'Driscoll in the number 473. Eddie Zemek in the number 38, our featured driver on the Lime Rock Facebook page. In the number 38 finishes 15th. 16th to the 88 of Ben Foltz. Tom Swoboda in the 89 is 17th. 18th was Richard Peacutter in the number 03. Christopher Haywood in the 663, 19th. 20th to Alex Radovic Moreno, and 21st to Van Svensson. So congratulations to Peter Tonelli II, making up for the disappointment from yesterday by picking up the victory here in qualifier number 2. The interesting facet of this race is that a number of these cars will be in the Enduro as well, so we're going to have a really mixed bag of machinery, all vying for honors in our endurance race. The Tonelli car, number 91, not really normally running in 1-hour events, so we'll see how his race setup works out. The Hosley car, the number 553, by contrast, well experienced in long distance racing, having competed in the Champ Car endurance format. Fast lap of the race to Peter Tonelli at a 59.2. Taking a look back at race group number 2, we had Massimo Risi and Colin Duffy in the 59-second range. Michael Tinnis right at 1 minute point 134. And from the Spec Miata group, several cars right at the 1 minute mark as well. So we had thought that the NC and ND category cars might have an advantage in the endurance race, but right now it is looking as though it is going to be much more competitive. Not only the ND and NC series cars, but also cars out of the open category here in race group number 3 will be contesting our endurance race as well. So that's going to wrap it up for the morning portion of our program. We're going to take a couple of minutes to catch our breath here, and we will welcome all of our Car Corral competitors who are going to be taking some parade laps. We were also hoping to get the Lambros brothers up here for an interview. We talked to Will Lambros yesterday, and they were going to try and find some time during the lunch break to stop up and chat with us here at the top of the tower. So if Will and Dean Lambros are in the vicinity, you are still welcome to come up and join us here in the PA booth. Mark Mazzio and the staff at the Lime Rock Cafe have been hard at work. They now have their full luncheon menu available, so an opportunity for you to stop down and enjoy the many treats at the Lime Rock Cafe. Don't forget that the barber shop is open, Lime Rock souvenir merchandise, as well including the special Miatacon commemorative poster available at the barber shop. Also, be sure to visit the attractions in the B paddock area, including the Mazda USA Lounge and the fan zone, as well as the displays from Moss Motors and Mazda of Milford. And welcome to all of our Car Corral participants who are now going to enjoy some parade laps around the historic mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park as part of Miatacon 2024. I think we have enough cars out of our Car Corral group to completely encircle the mile-and-a-half circuit here at Lime Rock Park. Another group of NA series cars lining up along pit lane as our first parade lap group makes its way through the downhill portion of the track. And down in the paddock, we're trying to round up Will and Dean Lambros for an interview. So if the Lambros brothers are within the sound of my voice, if you can make your way to the top of the Skip Barber Tower, we'll have a chance to chat with you a little bit about what went on here in qualifier number 2, as well as the racing adventures you've had during the 2024 season. Well, the Lambros brothers have made it here to the top of the tower. First of all, before we talk about what you've been doing for the 2024 season, take us back through the last lap or so of the qualifier this morning. Dean, we'll talk to you first.
Yeah, it was super exciting. You know, everyone was running super clean, train of 4, and I messed up a lot this lap, but it was great to have my brother behind me, and it was just fun to watch each other work together, and, you know, can't be happier.
Will, we thought you had second, but scoring showed you as third.
Yeah, it was a close race. I was trying to maintain second throughout the whole last lap. The 2 cars behind us were coming pretty quick, and he messed up coming up the uphill, which slowed me down, and then I messed up coming down the downhill onto the front stretch and dropped 2 tires, so that's where the car got me on the front stretch right here.
Couldn't have been any closer. It was just a matter of inches.
Yeah, I actually think on race monitor we scored the exact same difference between each other, but he had a little bit better of a race than I did.
Dean, you are the runner-up in the 2024 Skip Barber Series. So what's the difference between driving an open-wheel car and then stepping into a Miata? Is this your first Miata race?
No, I've been racing Miata since I was 13, but it's definitely way different from Formula cars. You know, you got way more body roll, the pedal's way softer. You hear less wind, which is pretty cool. But yeah, glad that I had a successful season in Skip Barber Racing's Formula 4 series. You know, it was great time all season, great battles, and can't be happier than that.
Now let's get to Will. You started in the Southern Modified Tour, running some oval track races, had some good results down there, then went into the SRO World Challenge Series. What type of car were you running there?
Yeah, so this year I ran a bunch of stuff. The Modified was definitely really cool. I did pretty good in that. And I'm not too much of an oval racer, but I like doing it because it keeps my racing senses keen. SRO this year I raced GR Cup. That was a long season. It was tough. The competition there was pretty good. And then I also did IMSA. I raced GS this year in Aston Martin for Skip Barber. It was I learned a lot. It was a big step up from last year. Last year I drove the Skip Barber Racing TCA car in SRO, where I finished second in the championship. I won a few races, but that was like the most high-tech car I've ever driven in my career. So jumping from that into the GT4 car was a big step, but it was definitely awesome. I learned a ton this year.
I can't imagine the difference getting out of an asphalt modified and into an Aston Martin.
Yeah, it's people look at me funny when I say, "Oh, I race asphalt modifieds," and you know, in the IMSA paddock, and you know, it's a car they've never even heard of. You know, mostly because they're pretty big in the Northeast, but now they're kind of coming back. A lot of people are running them on the East Coast.
You're going from no tech to low tech and back again. Really quite a transition. What's it like from the mental standpoint to drive all those varieties of cars and then get into a Miata?
Mentally, I mean, we own the Miatas. The other cars are Skip Barber Racing schools, so I'm very thankful for what they do for me and all that they support me. But jumping back into our cars, our Skip Barber Racing Miatas, it's quite different. The racing's almost more competitive, much closer. I'm not in a $400,000 car where I'm worried about, you know, denting or, you know, ripping off a carbon fiber splitter and stuff like that. So I'm a little bit more aggressive. The fact that it's a 5-speed manual still, I love. You know, it takes skill to heel toe well and keep the car balanced under the brake zones and stuff like that. So it's not a big difference. I've been doing it since I was 14, 15. It was the first race car I've driven out of go-karts, so I have a lot of experience doing it. I don't know, it's kind of like, it's natural to me, I guess. It's not a crazy, you know, bouncing back and forth. The biggest difference is going from like the Aston Martin to the Modified. It's two totally different cars.
Dean, let's get back to you. You went from the Formula car into the Miata for this weekend, but I think you did some SK Light racing as well at Stafford Springs.
Yeah, Stafford and SK Light was a ton of fun. Learned a lot. You know, got my racing senses back in ovals. You know, ran legend cars in ovals a while back. You know, there's just something about modifieds that keeps bringing you back. So I love running it. You know, I hope I run a tour modified next to my brother. But yeah, I had a great time there. Went from back of the pack. You had to go through the handicap. You know, you had to do well so you get the front handicap, then race your way out to the front, and that's what I did. We had a great time.
So what are your 2025 racing plans?
Probably a lot of Spec Miatas and legend cars. I don't really know where. I don't know definitely where I'll be going, but hopefully either GR Cup or the USF Pro Championship. I'm excited for whichever one it's going to be. I don't really care, but you know, as long as I'm driving something, I'm always having a good time. You know, I love traveling with the team and being together. It's a great time.
Will, how about your plans for 2025?
I'm not 100% sure yet. I definitely think I'm going to be doing quite a bit of Miata racing, hopefully. And I'd like to run the modified a lot this year. Next year, I guess. I didn't get to run it too much. I ran under 10 races this year. But yeah, I'm not sure. It's to be decided.
So a couple of cars to watch this afternoon, the Lambros brothers in their pair of Mazda Miatas, and then look for them around and about in the 2025 racing season. Will, thanks for joining us.
Of course, thanks for having me.
Dean, also a pleasure to have you up here.
Thanks for having me.
It is 12:40 p.m. That means we are about 15 minutes away from our first feature race of the day, which will be for our Spec Miata category cars, scheduled to roll out for their pace lap at 12:55. So all of our cars in Group 1, this is your first call to the grid area. Cars in Group 1, we are 15 minutes away from rolling out for your pace lap, so you should be completing whatever preparations you need in the paddock and making your way down to the B paddock for staging for your feature race, scheduled to go to the green flag at 12:55. So first call for cars for race group number 1. Let's also take this opportunity to welcome those of you who are recent arrivals for Miatacon 2024. And a special greeting to those of you joining us for our live stream broadcast as we bring you Miatacon 2024 in sound and vision, as our friend John Hindorf at IMSA Radio likes to say. So welcome to our worldwide audience. It is a beautiful, picturesque fall day here in northwestern Connecticut. Bit of a breeze blowing, temperatures in the mid-50s, and interludes of sun and clouds overhead. The foliage on the hillside just beginning to get past its peak, and the wind also playing a factor in starting to bring the leaves down as we get the first sign of the approaching change of season here in northwestern Connecticut. A final race of the 2024 season for us here at Lime Rock Park, and we would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our partners for Miatacon and the 2024 season, including Moss Miata, Whaling City Mazda, Mazda USA, the Sports Car Driving Association, FCP Euro, Delamar Hotels, NBT Bank, Miller Motor Cars, Mazda of Milford, Connecticut Business Systems, a Xerox company, VP Racing Fuels, Pelote Driving Shoes, Spectro Performance Oils, Hummel Brothers Hot Dogs, Pepsi, the Great Falls Brewing Company, Haggerty, Thule, Road and Track Magazine, B-Works, Sotheby's, iHeartRadio, Connecticut Seal Coating, Averti Storage and Office Solutions, the Skip Barber Racing School, Toyo Tires, MoheganSunCasino.com, Hoosier Tire East, and Marsh McLennan. Thanks to all of our partners who have supported us during the 2024 season.
Attention at paddock. Race Group 1, he should be in the grid. Race Group 1 drivers to the grid, please.
Second call for cars for race group number 1. Spec Miata competitors, you should be on your way to the staging area in the B paddock. Second call for cars in race group number 1. We appreciate all of our car corral participants who have enjoyed a couple of parade laps around the racetrack. For those of you who have not yet done so, we invite you to stop by and visit the Mazda USA Lounge down in the fan zone. Relax in the lounge and check out the many cars that Mazda has brought to us from their heritage collection, including a very unique Mazda MX-5 that is half race car and half street car, just one of the many attractions down in the Mazda USA Lounge in the fan zone. Also, our thanks to the folks from Moss Miata who have sponsored the car show this afternoon. We will make our award for the winner of the Moss Miata Award, the People's Choice Award, of all of the cars assembled in the car corral at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And in the meantime, be sure to stop by right at the entrance to the B paddock and say hello to the folks from Moss Miata and see all that they have to offer for aftermarket parts for our popular Japanese Roadster. Would also like to invite you to visit the folks from Mazda of Milford who are down in the fan zone in the B paddock. They have brought a complete line of cars from the Mazda lineup. So whether you are looking for a sports car or a utility vehicle, be sure to stop by and see the folks from Mazda of Milford down in the fan zone in the B paddock area. At Delamar Hotels and Spa, we know what it means to run like a well-oiled machine. This year, we are pleased to sponsor Miatacon 2024. Join us in a toast to all of the drivers, crews, owners, and technicians that have given us a glimpse into this time-honored tradition. And visit us at Delamar Greenwich, Southport, West Hartford, or Traverse City, Michigan to celebrate this great accomplishment. Cars for race group number 1. All of our Spec Miata competitors, you should be on your way to the grid area, scheduled to roll out for the pace lap at 12:55. That is just about 7 minutes from now. So all of our cars in race group number 1 should be on their way to the staging area in the B paddock.
Paddock, to the paddock. Final call for all Group 1 racers. Group 1 Miatacon racers. You should be on the grid. Grid is shutting down momentarily.
Feature race number 1 for our Spec Miatas will be 25 laps against a 30-minute time limit. And as you have heard, it is last call. Anybody in Group 1, you should be in the grid area at this time. And welcome once again to our live stream audience worldwide as we bring you first of 3 feature races for Miatacon 2024. This will be our Spec Miata category race coming out for first event, scheduled to roll out onto the track for their pace lap at 12:55. And this will be 25 laps against a 30-minute time limit. Taking a look at the schedule for this afternoon, we will run our 3 feature races as follows. Group number 1 scheduled to roll out on the track at 12:55. Group 2 will be on track at 1:35, and then Group 3 race will take place at 2:15. Our track day participants will get more track time beginning at 2:50. We're going to do a short practice session for all of the cars and drivers in our endurance race beginning at 3:15. That will be followed by the final track session for our track day participants at 3:35, and we're going to round out the day with our 1-hour endurance race beginning at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So that is the afternoon schedule. If you'd like to confirm that, go to our Facebook page and you will find the schedule of today's activities as one of the posts that appears on Facebook from Lime Rock Park. We've traditionally worked with a single camera as we introduced live stream coverage here at Lime Rock Park. We now have several cameras that we're experimenting with this afternoon, and hopefully we will be able to bring you all of the action via the live stream, and you'll get a good feel for what Miatacon 2024 is all about. Welcome to all the folks up on the hillside. We're happy that you've been able to join us for the final race of the 2024 season. And we thank you, as always, for supporting all of our events here at Lime Rock Park. Exciting news about the 2025 schedule will be emerging in the weeks ahead, highlighted by the appearance of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series here at Lime Rock Park. The debut for the Craftsman Trucks at Lime Rock Park coming the final weekend of June in 2025. More information about all of our upcoming events will be available on our worldwide website, which of course is www.limerock.com. The support race for our NASCAR Craftsman Truck event will be the ARCA Menards Series. Similar in theme to the Busch North Series that raced here for many years, so we hope that you will make plans to join us for our exciting doubleheader coming up on the final weekend of June in 2025, the ARCA Menards Series, and then the headliner NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series making their debut at Lime Rock Park. Well, it looks like they're ready to roll the cars out on the track for our pace lap for race group number 1. As a consolation prize for our CFO here at Lime Rock Park, Bill Ruckert, who unfortunately was involved in an accident at the start of qualifying race number 2. He will be our honorary starter, so he is getting his instructions now from Mike Petrucci, who handles the flags here at Lime Rock Park. As the cars roll out onto the track, Matt Carr will be in the number 1 starting position. Car number 90 alongside of him will be number 757, that is Dean Lambros. Second row to the 0 of Sean Noonan and the 777 of Will Lambros. Then it will be the number 17 for Justin Ferraro. Unfortunately, we're running a little bit behind on getting a starting grid, so we will try and get that information to you. But for the moment, we have the top 2 rows and then still trying to fill in some of the starting order. But it will be Matt Carr in the number 90 from the number 1 starting position. Alongside of him, the number 757, that is Dean Lambros. Second row to the 0 of Sean Noonan, and the 777, the second of the Skip Barber Racing School entries for Will Lambros. Justin Ferraro in the 17 will go out of 5th position. Field beginning to form into 2x2 formation as they work their way along the Paul Newman Straight. They will climb the hill on the back part of the circuit, race across the plateau through West Bend, and then come back into view right after they go underneath the Toyota infield bridge. Field already coming through the diving turn onto the Sam Posey Straight. We should see the Miatacon 2024 pace car on the pit road. And Matt Carr and Dean Lambros under starters' orders as they come down towards the starting zone. Looking for a green flag here for feature race number 1. Bill Rugert waving the flag, sending the field on its way towards turn number 1. Basically 2x2 down into the first turn. Matthew Carr will take the lead in the middle of Big Bend. Dean Lambros trying to find a way in there with Sean Noonan alongside of him. Then Will Lambros in the 777 and the 17 of Justin Ferraro, your top 5 as they move through the S's for the first time. Everybody in good order through the first portion of lap number 1, and they will now head to the back part of the circuit. Matthew Carr all of a sudden finds himself with a handy advantage as they come down to complete lap number 1. Dean Lambros second, but being challenged by Sean Noonan in the 0. Then it's Will Lambros in the 777, Justin Ferraro in the 17, Earl Tucker in the 24 is 6th, 7th to Steve Katz in the 73, Don Duman in the 52 is 8th, 9th to Dickie Regal, and Patrick Daly in the 53 will round out the top 10. Matthew Carr looked like he wanted to get away there, and it seems to have worked on the opening lap. Whatever transpired on the back part of the circuit, Carr already with a 1.3 second lead. Let's see now if Dean Lambros, Sean Noonan, and Will Lambros can work together to try and reel in the race leader. Meanwhile, we've got a couple of cars delayed. The number 25 just coming across the start-finish line. And the other car on pit road is the number 88. That is Andrew Smiley. So a couple of cars already with problems on the opening lap. And it looks as though we are at a full course caution. So the lead that Matthew Carr built up quickly erased here as we had an incident on the back part of the track. At least 2 cars able to make it back around. The 88 of Smiley, one of those cars involved. So we do go to may have been Mike Anderson, who was involved with Smiley, the number 169 and the number 88, among those cars that were late in getting back to the start-finish line. Again, 25 laps against a 30-minute time limit. Safety vehicles being dispatched to the back part of the circuit. Looks like the 77 may have been another car that was caught up at the back part of the racetrack. We seem to be Mike Anderson's 169, Russ Farhang in the 74, Kurt Sire in the 86, 77, the Gear Village entry for Greg Mendel, and the 88 for Andrew Smiley, all stacked up in the, that looks to be up in the area of West Bend. 77 with some damage on the right front corner, and they are going to bring everybody down onto pit road. The amount of cleanup that needs to be done on the back of the track, they want to do it without having the distraction of cars going by them. So a multiple car incident at the end of lap number 1. Looks like that is the top of the, right at the top of the hill on the racetrack. We can see the 74, Russell Farhang, the 77 for Greg Mendel, 2 of the cars that are involved there. So we're going to be under a black flag condition, bringing all of the cars back to pit lane. We'll get an update from race control on whether this will have an effect on the time of the race. Again, we were originally racing to a 30-minute time limit. 25 laps or 30 minutes, but with this situation where all of the cars have been brought onto pit road while they do cleanup, so the incident started up in the West Bend area, several cars getting carried to the outside of the racetrack, impact with the barriers there right before the cars were ready to go under the Toyo Tire Bridge. So again, the cars involved included Mike Anderson, 169, Russell Farhang, 74, 86, Kurt Sire, 77, Greg Mendel, and the 88 of Andrew Smiley. Still working on cleanup up in the for the incident at the area of West Bend, actually right between West Bend and where the old American Le Mans Series outer loop was located. And it will take some time to do to do cleanup and retrieval there. They're just now getting the Gear Village number 77 car up onto the rollback and trying to get the front end of the Russell Farhang car on the back of one of the wreckers. So cleanup will take a few more minutes, and we will work with race control to get an update on what the race format is. as a result of this temporary halt to feature race number 1 for the Spec Miatas. Restart lineup will look like this. The 90 of Matthew Carr will be on the pole position, the number 1 starting spot. We're expecting a single file restart. Sean Noonan in the 0 will be behind him. Then the Lambros brothers, Dean Lambros in 757 and Will Lambros in the number 777. Justin Ferraro will line up in 5th position. He's in car number 17. Then it will be Earl Tucker in the Flat Out Motorsports number 24. 7th in the starting lineup will be the 73 of Steve Katz. Don Duman in the Southern Auto Auctions number 52 will line up 8th. Dickie Regal in the Lime Rock Park number 34 entry will line up 9th. 10th will go to the 53 of Patrick Daly. 11th to the 171 of Zachariah Rosenberg. Dave Nagler in the 67 will line up 12th. Greg Mendel in the 71 will be 13th. Ken Williams in the 07 14th. 15 to the 192 of Dave Nissenbaum. Anthony Geraci in the 8 will start 16th on the restart. 17th will go to the 75 of Mark Murphy. Tyler Sharon in the 91 will be 18th. John Koch in the 128 19th. And Ben Wallace in the number 99 will line up 20th. 21st will go to Mark Sharon in the 190. Gerald Cohen in the number 45 will line up 22nd. 23rd will be the 9 of Spencer Patterson. 24th to the 85 of Chris Perkins. 25th on the restart, the 188 of Ron Cohen, followed by the 21 of Tom Rush and the 125 of Connor Thomas. That should be the full field of cars ready for the restart. Unofficially, we have the following cars that were involved in the incident. 88 Andrew Smiley, 77 Greg Mendel in the Gear Village car, the 86 of Kurt Sire, 74 Russell Farhang, and the 169 of Mike Anderson. '77, the Gear Village car for Lakeville, Connecticut's Greg Mendel, just being brought back in. Extensive damage to the front and the rear of the car, so he was obviously caught in a sandwich out there. Russell Farhang's car, the number 74, being brought in. More damage on the front of that car. That car, though, at least able to roll on the rear wheels, so those two cars being brought back to the paddock area. Looks like the 88 may be able to restart. Taking a look down at the cars on pit lane, it looks like the Andrew Smiley car is in line for the restart. And we'll try and get the number on the other car that's down there behind Smiley. That may be the 169. So still waiting for confirmation on the format for this race. Again, we are under a black flag condition that brought all of the cars back to the pit lane in order to allow the Lime Rock safety crew to do a cleanup at the back part of the circuit. The original race was 25 laps against a 30-minute time limit. Obviously, if the clock were running, we would have very little time remaining in the race, so we are going to wait for an update from the officials, whether they will extend the race or whether we will stick to that 30-minute time limit. Right now, we're showing 12 minutes elapsed on the clock. and just one lap completed. At the conclusion of today's racing program, we will have the trophy presentations for all of our feature race winners taking place in the Lime Rock Winners Circle, located at the base of the infield spectator hillside area, so we invite you to stick around for that. Looks like we may have some cars stacked up at the downhill section of the racetrack as well. We can see the safety vehicles down there, so it may be that we actually had two separate incidents, one at the West Bend area of the racetrack, and then apparently at least one more car off on the downhill section of the track. Latest word from race control from the Sports Car Driving Association is that they will do one pace lap and then get the green flag, and we are running to the 30-minute time limit, so we're looking potentially at a race that is going to be about 14 minutes in duration, signal being given to all of the drivers to start engines. The Miatacon safety car is in position, so we'll get the cars back under green flag racing here, but it looks as though it's going to be a short sprint to the finish here, as we are going to stick to the 30-minute time limit for this race, right now at 15 minutes complete. So we're looking potentially at a race that will be about 12 to 13 minutes long here, and that changes it from an opportunity where a situation where the drivers may hold back just a little bit, anticipating a 30-minute race. It's now going to be about a 10 to 12 minute sprint here to determine the winner in race group number 1. With 15 minutes on the clock, let's give a call to the drivers in race group number 2. You should be preparing to go to the staging area. You are scheduled to roll out on your pace lap at 1:35. So all of our competitors in race group number 2 should be on their way to the staging area. So the field now behind the safety car. Next time by, we should see them go back to green flag conditions. Matthew Carr in the number 90. Sean Noonan in the 0. Dean Lambros in the 757. Will Lambros in the 777. Your top 4, then Justin Ferraro in the 17 is 5th. Earl Tucker will restart in 6th position. He's in the number 24. Steve Katz in the 73 will start 7th. The Southern Auto Auctions number 52 for Don Dooman will go out of the number 8 position. Dickie Regal is in 9th in the Lime Rock, number 34. And Patrick Daly will round out the top 10 on the restart. He's in car number 53. Just about 11 minutes. Well, let's say 12 minutes. We're right now showing 17 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. They should get the green flag right at the 18-minute mark. So 12 minutes to settle the score here in race group number 1. Bill Ruckert ready to get them on their way once again. Justin Ferraro jumps out of line, trying to make a move on the Lambros brothers down into turn number 1. Matthew Carr trying to break away once again. Sean Noonan locked the break up momentarily. Lost him a little bit of momentum as they race towards the S's. Carr, Noonan, Lambros, Ferraro, your top 5 as they make their way through the S's. As we said, this significantly changes the complexion of the race. We are now looking at about the 12-lap sprint here for our cars in race group number 1. Race group number 2 cars should be on their way to the grid. Cars for race group number 2, you should be on your way to the starting grid. Carr and Noonan starting to break away here. The Lambros brothers trying to stay in touch. Justin Ferraro right in the picture as well in the number 17. Changes behind them. Tucker in the 24 still 6th. Katz in the 73 7th. Regal in the 34 8th. 9th to Don Duman in the 52. Patrick Daly in the 53 is 10th. 11th to 71 of Zachariah Rosenberg. 12th to the 67 of Dave Nagler. Greg Mendel in the 71 is 13th. 14th to the 07 of Ken Williams. And Dave Nissenbaum rounds out the top 15 in car number 192. Top 2 cars really starting to break away. Noonan and Carr starting to draw away from the Lambros brothers. We heard Dean Lambros say that they were going to be on used tires for this race. And they had a suspicion that Matthew Carr and Sean Noonan might be able to mount fresh tires. Whether that's the case or not, it is definitely going in the direction of Sean Noonan and Matthew Carr at this point. 2-car draft with Dean and Will Lambros and Justin Ferraro right in there in 5th. Looking for the cars to come underneath the Toyo Tire Bridge and onto the Sam Posey Straight. Matthew Carr in the red number 90. Now with about 3 or 4 car lengths as the advantage over Sean Noonan in the black and red number 0. Then the 757 and the 777, that pair of red and white Skip Barber Racing School Mazda Miatas for Dean and Will Lambros. And then Justin Ferraro, the next car in line, in 5th position. And that is the number 17. Top 5 have really broken away from the rest of the field. 6th position now to Earl Tucker. In the number 24, Steve Katz loses his spot in the 73 and 7th. Dickie Regal still in 8th in the 34. The Southern Auto Auction number 52 for Don Duman is 9th, and Patrick Daly in the 53 rounds out the top 10. Race clock continues to run. We're going to show about 22 minutes complete when they come to the line. That would mean time for just about 8 more laps. Sean Noonan trying to reel in Matthew Carr here. Has got the gap down to just a couple of car lengths. He'll take a look to the inside as they go down into turn number 1. Noonan late on the brakes, but not able to get alongside the number 90. 3rd place to Dean Lambros. He is about 2 seconds back. So red and white Skip Barber cars, not quite able to match the pace of the two front runners at this point, and both of them getting pressure from Justin Ferraro in the number 17. Young Greg Mendel up into the top 10 for the first time now in the number 71 as he moves in behind the 52 of Don Duman. Still a two-car battle for the lead. Matthew Carr and Sean Noonan. Then the 757 and the 777 for Dean and Will Lambros. Justin Ferraro next in line. Then a gap back to Earl Tucker, who leads the second wave of cars. That is the number 24. Daly, the 53, 11, 12th, Dave Nagler in the 67, 13th to the 171 of Zachariah Rosenberg. Anthony Geraci in the number 8 is 14th. 15th to the number 07, driven by Kevin Williams. In 16th, we have the 192 for Dave Nussenbaum. Mark Murphy's number 75 is 17th, 18th to John Koch in the 128. Ben Wallace has worked his way up to 19th in the number 99, and Gerald Cohen in the 45 now rounds out the top 20. Matthew Carr continuing to eke out a bit of a margin over Sean Noonan. Dean Lambros solidly in third at this position with about 2 car lengths as his advantage over his brother Will in the number 777. And Justin Ferraro putting a lot of pressure now on Will Lambros as they make their way through the S's and onto the Sam Posey straight. Look at some of the battles going on deeper in the field. Don Duman back into the top 10, demoting Greg Mendel by 1 position. Sean Noonan gaining a little bit of ground that time as we've got a car off course, one of the lapped cars just getting back on the pavement. He'll come up right in front of the Lambros brothers onto the short chute. Fortunately, that car able to stay clear of traffic, so the battle continues. Meanwhile, up front, it's just about side by side between Sean Noonan in the number 0 and Matt Carr in the number 90. Right as they exited the S's, Noonan was almost alongside of Matt Carr as they went onto the Paul Newman straight. Let's see what happens on the back part of the racetrack and who will lead down the hill. 25 minutes complete, just about 5 minutes remaining. Carr is still with the lead, but Noonan with a good run off the downhill corner. Right in the slipstream of the number 90 as they come across the start-finish line. Noonan again taking a look down to the inside, but not quite able to find a gap there. Stalemate behind them between the 2 Lambros brothers and Justin Ferraro. Greg Mendel in the 53 under pressure, in the 71 rather, under pressure from the 53 of Patrick Daly. Then a side-by-side battle between the 8th of Anthony Geraci and the number 67 of Dave Nagler. Two-car battle up front. It is a shootout now between Sean Newman and Matthew Carr. Newman a little bit wide coming down the hill. Carr again with about an advantage of 2 lengths as they go down into turn number 1. Dean and and Will Lambros fighting for the final spot on the podium. They seem to, for the moment, seem to have the measure of Justin Ferraro in the 17, who sits in 5th position. Still a good battle for 10th going on between Greg Mendel in the number 71, Patrick Daly in the 53, Dave Nagler in the 67, and Anthony Geraci in the 8th, all fighting for the final spot in the top 10. Race leaders about to come up on some lap traffic here, showing just about 28 minutes complete, so time I think for 2 or perhaps 3 more laps. Sean Noonan again going to make a try down the inside of Matthew Carr as they go down into turn number 1, but that lapped car may have cost them a little bit of momentum. They will come up on the lapped automobile right at the exit to Big Bend. Noonan again tried to get underneath Carr but wasn't able to make the move stick. So it will be Matthew Carr now with Sean Noonan right on his bumper as they go up the Paul Newman straight towards the climbing turn here at Lime Rock Park. Looking towards the starter's stand to wait to see when we will see the 1 lap to go signal. Noonan right on the back bumper of Matthew Carr as they come down the hill. Just under the 29-minute mark. This time, Noonan tries to go to the high side of the racetrack, but has to get back in line. Lapped car is going to hold up Justin Ferraro, so now it's a shootout between the Lambros brothers for 3rd. We'll see if next time by we get the 1 lap to go signal. Matthew Carr has been under pressure all the way from Sean Noonan. But so far, Noonan hasn't found the move that will get him into the number 1 spot. Meanwhile, Greg Mendel is going to pick up a position. He will go down inside of Don Duman in the 52. So that should put him up into 9th position. Looking towards the starter's stand to see if we're going to get the 1 lap to go signal. Well, we're going to get 1 more lap in after this one. Sean Noonan will try a look down the inside. Race leaders now facing some lap traffic as they will make their way to the back part of the circuit. Lambros has found a little bit of extra speed, starting to pull away from his brother Will. Dean in the 757 and Will in the 777. Will again getting pressure from Justin Ferraro for 4th position. Ferraro is in the number 17. 6th is Earl Tucker in the 24. 7th is Steve Katz in the 73. John Regal in the 34 is 8th. 9th to the 71 of Greg Mendel. And Don Duman in the 52 now rounds out the top 10. Sean Noonan right on the back bumper of Matthew Carr as they go down into turn number 1, coming up on lap traffic. Noonan staying glued right to the back of the red number 90, does not want to let a lapped car get in the way here. He'd like to use a lapped car to his advantage, but so far the positions haven't worked that way. So Noonan doing his best to stay right behind the race leading number 90. Looks like we're going to go past the 30-minute time limit, so apparently they have decided to let this one run a little bit longer. Great battle going on between Sean Newman and Matthew Carr, and now the battle for third heats up. Dean Lambros and Will Lambros just about side by side there, and Justin Ferraro trying to find an opening as well. Noonan and Carr still battling here. Sean Noonan keeps trying high and trying low. Traffic becoming more and more of a factor here. Meanwhile, Will Lambros in the 777 has gotten around his brother Dean. So that's going to put Will Lambros into a potential podium position for the first time. Sean Noonan not giving up as he continues to chase Matthew Carr. Justin Ferraro again gets pinned behind some lap traffic. That's going to allow the two Skip Barber cars to move away from him. So again, it will become a two-car battle for third between Will Lambros in the 777 and his brother Dean in the 757. But up front, Matthew Carr continues to withstand the pressure from Sean Noonan. Noonan, for the moment, content to go back to follow in the tire tracks of Matthew Carr down into turn number one. Carr and Noonan both proved to be experts at threading their way through lap traffic. Meanwhile, the Lambros brothers go door handle to door handle going into the S's. It looked as though Dean was able to make the pass on his brother Will, so that would put him back into third. As we race leaders down the hill one more time. Laps complete for Matthew Carr and Sean Noonan. Will Lambros repassing his brother on that lap to get the 777 back into third position. Cars for race group number 2 should be in the staging area. Anthony Girachi, the number 8, is on the move. Girachi now into the top 10 and challenging Greg Mendel for 9th position. So Anthony Girachi moving through the field. Started in 26th position and should get the Hard Charger Award for this race as he is now battling for this number 9 spot. Looking towards the starter's stand, anticipating the 1 lap to go signal. Looking for the red number 90 of Sean Noonan, or rather with Matthew Carr, and the number black and red number 0 for Sean Noonan. And here they are through the diving turn. 1 lap to go is the signal, so it's now or never for Sean Noonan. Last chance for him to chase down Matthew Carr as they hit into turn number 1. The Lambros brothers continuing their battle for 3rd position. Dean's going to try and get down inside of Will going down into the first turn, and he will make the pass, trying to bring Justin Ferraro along with him. Will Lambros pinned to the outside of the racetrack. He's going to be off on the grass coming out of Big Bend. So Dean Lambros now to uphold family honors. He will try and hold off Justin Ferraro on the run back to the checkered flag, as Will Lambros got crowded wide coming out of Big Bend and was off on the grass. Will get back on the track in 5th position. As we look for the race leaders to come through the diving turn, one more chance for Sean Noonan as he comes up on Matthew Carr, giving it all he's got through the downhill corner. Some lap traffic there. Noonan out of the draft will try to get by, but Matthew Carr will take the victory in number 90. Sean Noonan will come home in 2nd. 3rd place will go to the number 757 of Dean Lambros, 4th to the 17 of Justin Ferraro, and 5th to Will Lambros in the number 777. Then it's Earl Tucker across the line for 6th, 7th to Steve Katz. Looking for the 34 of Dickie Regal. Lap traffic in the midst of the action here. Looks like Anthony Geraci will come up to take 8th, 9th to Dickie Regal, and rounding out the top 10 will be Greg Mendel in the 71. Then it's Zachariah Rosenberg in the 171, 11th, 12th to Patrick Daly in the 53. 67 of Dave Negro takes 13th, 14th to the 52 of Don Duman, 15th to Dave Nissenbaum in the 192. 16th will be Mark Murphy in the 75. Connor Thomas in the 125 takes 17th. 18th to Gerald Cohen in the 45. Tyler Sharon in the number 91 is 19th, and Christopher Perkins will round out the top 20 in car number 85. So congratulations to Matthew Carr in the number 90. He will pick up the victory. And certainly if there's a hard charger award, it would have to go to Anthony Geraci. Geraci started in 26th position, worked his way all the way up to the number 8 spot. So congratulations, an outstanding performance throughout the race for Anthony Geraci in car number 8. Once again, a reminder that we will do our awards for all of our feature races at the end of the day today down in the Lime Rock Winners Circle. So we hope they'll just stick around after our endurance race is over, and we'll do all of our trophy presentations right at the base of the infield spectator hillside area. Some snacks and post-race refreshment as well, so don't rush home once the racing here has concluded, as we will round out Miatacon 2024 with a big celebration down in the Lime Rock Winners Circle. Cars for race group number 2 should be ready to roll out for their feature event. Here's how they'll line up for race group number 2. This is our NC and ND 3rd and 4th generation Mazda MX-5s. 8th starting position will go to Brad Childs in the number 87. 7th to Justin Tracy's number 33. 6th in the lineup to the number 0 for Mark Cefalo. 5th starting position to Alex Rubenstein, number 600. Fourth in the starting lineup will be Michael Tinnis in the number 26. Third to Colin Duffy's number 72. And your front row outside starting position. We'll see who gets behind the wheel of the number 04. Jaden Lander drove it yesterday. Anthony Geraci drove it this morning. But they're scoring it by the car rather than the driver. So from the outside of the front row, it will be the number 4. And pole position to the Mazda MX-5 number 18 for Massimo Risi. This is the Advanced Systems Design entry. T3 configured, or Touring 3 configured Mazda ND for Massimo Risi. Also an ND-style T3 car for Colin Duffy. Those are the Mazda Global racers that run with the hardtop in place, and then Justin Tracy running in the open cockpit configuration of the same car, similar to what they use in the Whelen MX-5 Championship Series. Signal being given to the Miatacon 2024 pace car to lead the cars out for race group number 2. Again, 25 laps against a 30-minute time limit. Hopefully we will not have the interlude that we had in race group number 1. Colin Duffy certainly has to be thinking about whether he can make up for his bad luck earlier. He was leading yesterday when he went off course. He slid off course today to cost him a finish in the top 3. Fortunately, with a relatively short field, he will start in the number 4 position, but he has shown good speed all weekend, but has been the victim of some bad luck. So we'll see if Colin Duffy can make up for it here in the final for the cars in race group number 2. Double zero. Mark Cefalo may not be able to answer the call for the start. I think we're missing Cefalo and the 600. The Alex Rubinstein car. Michael Tinnis just rolling out on the track. Well, Tinnis back in, so he has certainly had an up-and-down weekend. Was a front runner yesterday. Had a penalty that put him at the back for the second qualifying race, came back through the field, and now some sort of mechanical problem on the pace lap sent him back to the paddock area. So when we talk about the bad luck that Colin Duffy has, it seems to have settled on Michael Tinnis as well. Tinnis was scheduled to go from the number 4 position. So it looks as though we have 2 cars sidelined from the race. Tinnis in the 26 and Alex Rubinstein in the number 600. Well, let me correct that. Rubinstein in the 600 is out there. On row number 2 is Colin Duffy. And row number 3 will be Justin Tracy in the 33 and Brad Childs in the number 87. Michael Tinnis was really the strongest of the NC Series cars. So we'll see if it's going to be now a battle between the ND Series cars, the 72 of Duffy and the 18 of Risi, along with the number 4 for Jaden Lander. Lander the quickest of the C-Series cars. We want to thank our tech crew here at Lime Rock Park for the upgrade we have seen to our video system. Our single camera now replaced by some multi-camera vantage points as we advance the art of live streaming here at Lime Rock Park for the Miatacon 2024. Field coming down for the green flag. Massimo Risi and Jaden Lander on the front row. Alex Rubenstein and Colin Duffy on row number 2. Green flag is out. Risi immediately jumps into the lead. Lander will slide into second. And then Duffy in the 72 taking over third as they move through Big Bend. Let's see if Colin Duffy can mount a challenge here from third position in the number 72. As we said, some ill fortune for him with a couple of off-course excursions during our qualifying heats. So we'll see if those lessons learned will pay off here in this feature race for our ND and NC category Mazda MX-5s. One more feature race after this one, and that will be for the cars in Group 3. Risi, Lander, and Duffy on a breakaway here. Jaden Lander keeping the pressure on Massimo Risi. Colin Duffy hasn't found an opening yet. He's put the pressure on Lander in a couple of places, but so far hasn't been able to find a big enough gap to drive through into the runner-up spot. Risi not getting away from Lander or Duffy at this point. Well, and as I say that, Risi starts to pull away a little bit, so apparently he's listening to the PA commentary, presses down a little bit harder on the throttle and starts to pull away from Duffy and Lander. Duffy now will try to get through for second position, has the low line through turn number 1. Lander able to carry the momentum on the high side of the racetrack, and he will still have the advantage as they get to the left-hander that marks the entry point to the S's. Lander then hangs the tail out a little bit, has to ease out of the throttle, and that was enough to let Colin Duffy through to second spot in the number 72. Whatever the problem was with the Michael Tinnis car, he has not reappeared, so one of our potential contenders here on the quickest of the C-Series cars, unfortunately on the sidelines before we got the green flag. Colin Duffy now sets his sights on Massimo Risi up front. 18 Risi across the start-finish line. Colin Duffy now in second, and the margin between first and second, 1.2 seconds. Massimo Risi just set the fast lap of the race at 1 minute, 0.156. Massimo Risi continuing to lead Colin Duffy. Down from first to second. just now 0.8 of a second. So Duffy picking up the pace. 59.8 for his last lap versus a 1 minute point 4 for Reese. Allows him to get a half a second closer. Colin Duffy continuing to work on Massimo Risi here in the battle for the lead. Down to 0.6 of a second now, so Duffy is drawing closer. 1 minute 1.7 for Risi versus a 1 minute 0.0. So in small measure, Colin Duffy continuing to track down Massimo Risi. Those of you watching from the infield hillside area can see that the gap is now down to just a few car lengths as they go through the S's and move on to the Paul Newman straight. Camera position right now showing the cars coming through the West Bend turn at the plateau of the racetrack. For those of you watching on live stream coverage, meanwhile the race leaders are across the start-finish line. Gap now down to 0.3 of a second. So Colin Duffy has been stalking Massimo Risi, getting closer and closer on each lap by 1/10 of a second or so. Cars now working lap number 6 of 25, so still a long way to go here for the cars in race group number 2. Somebody hanging a wheel off on the curbing at the entrance to the Paul Newman straight. Those little telltale puffs of dust there. Fortunately, a good breeze blowing, so the dust isn't hanging in the air to create a vision problem for the drivers. Duffy and Risi through West Bend, still separated by about 2 car lengths. Colin Duffy again with fast lap of the race at 59.5. Risi responds with a 59.8. So he gains a 1/10 of a second back on that last lap. 59.8 for Risi, 59.9 for Duffy. So it is really a matter of 1/10 of a second here or there that makes the difference over the full course of the race. Colin Duffy just about on the back bumper this time of Massimo Risi as they move to the back part of the circuit. Racing along the Paul Newman straight, then through the uphill turn that will bring them onto the plateau on the back part of the racetrack, the soon-to-be location for our new garage complex. Series of garages will be available for rental, and they will include a condominium-style structure on the upper level, which will also provide a view of the West Bend portion of the racetrack. For more information, contact us via our worldwide website, www.linerock.com. Down into turn number 1, Risi again able to stretch the margin a little bit, has it back up to 0.4 of a second, so Duffy got close but wasn't able to seal the deal here. And Massimo Risi withstanding the pressure as they work their way through the S's one more time. Colin Duffy again taking the bit out of the margin of Massimo Risi. 4/10 of a second on the previous lap, 2/10 of a second on this lap. So it is a back-and-forth battle between Reese and Duffy as to who turns the better lap time. Duffy tries to take a look at the S's, but thinks better of it. That is where he has had his problems earlier in the weekend. Still a long way to go as we are working lap number 10 of 25, so not even at the halfway point yet for Massimo Risi and Colin Duffy. Jaden Lander in third in the 04. Alex Rubenstein in the number 600 is fourth. Justin Tracy in the 33 fifth. And Brad Childs, the final car running in the number 87. Michael Tinnis and was not able to take the start. And Mark Cefalo, also a early retirement from the race in the 00. Colin Duffy right behind Massimo Risi as they come out of Big Bend, this time onto the short chute. And into the S's, Risi still in the number 1 position, but you can see just how close Colin Duffy is. In fact, a flash of the brake lights from Duffy right in the middle of the S's there. And one car off course, that was Brad Childs in the number 87, able to get back on. He went off just about the time the leaders were coming through, but he was well clear of the racetrack, so they did not lose any momentum there. Risi again able to eke out a couple of tenths here. .1 minute .4 for Risi, 1 minute .7 for Duffy. So you can see how those tenths of a second measure in car lengths. Last time by, it was Duffy right on the back bumper of Risi. This time he is a car length or so back, but starting to close the gap once again as they make their way through the S's. Jaden Lander with kind of a lonely drive there in third position in the number 04. And the number 87, which was just off course, now on pit road for a quick check over from the crew before they send Brad Childs back out into action. Checking to make sure he didn't pick up any grass in the radiator. And Childs now being signaled back on course. Here are the leaders onto the Sam Posey straight one more time. 2/10 of a second, the margin now between Duffy and Risi. 1 minute .2 for Risi, 1 minute .0 for Duffy. So you can see how it's seesawing back and forth by a matter of 1 or 2/10 of a second on each lap. Massimo Risi so far has been able to withstand all of the pressure put on him by Colin Duffy. Sun peeking out overhead once again as the 18 and the 72 come across the start-finish line to mark half distance. 13 laps complete and 12 laps remaining. Duffy just about got inside of Risi that time down into turn number 1, still right on his rear quarter panel as they come out onto the short chute. And they go single file, still with Massimo Risi leading from Colin Duffy. No change in the order. Still Massimo Risi leading from Colin Duffy. Let's check the gap on this lap. 0.3 of a second. We have seen it go from 1/10 to 3/10, back down to 1/10. Massimo Risi responding to each thrust by the number 72 of Colin Duffy. Risi this time finds a little extra measure of performance and sets the gap now at a half a second. So 18 car and the 72 continuing to battle back and forth. Let's see if Duffy can get any closer or whether Risi has something for the second half of this race. Duffy certainly leaning on the tires hard out there. Again, took it right out to the curbing on the exit to Big Bend onto the short chute. Deeper in the field, we've got a battle going on between Alex Rubenstein in the 600 and Justin Tracy in the 33. Looks like Duffy's made up a couple of tenths once again, from 5/10 to just about 3/10. So Duffy once again getting up on the wheel, trying to reel in and challenge for the lead that has been the property of Massimo Risi throughout this race. Risi again right there in the lead, but Duffy almost on his bumper as they came out of the right-hander onto the Paul Newman straight. Here's the battle between Justin Tracy in the 33 and Alex Rubenstein in the 600 coming down the Sam Posey straightaway. That would be the contest for fourth position. Still 2/10 of a second. Duffy does manage to close the gap down once again as they head down into turn number 1. Looks like Risi's car has been a little bit stronger around the back part of the circuit. And then Duffy at his best from the time they come off the diving turn and go down into turn number 1. Duffy hung it right out there going after Risi through the S's. Got the car a little bit sideways. And that is not the fast way through that section of the racetrack. It's tempting there to try and get on the throttle too soon. And Duffy laid down a little bit of a black streak from his rear tires, so we'll see whether that represents a problem. Whether the drifting of the car a little bit will cost him time, and it certainly does. He was right on the back of Risi as they went out of sight. Now coming down to the line, the gap is 3/10 of a second. And again, going into the turn number 1 braking zone, Duffy able to close ground. So Duffy as we said, at his best from the time they come off the diving turn and go down into the turn number 1 braking zone. Little smoother pass through the turn that time for Duffy. Tried to get his nose down inside as they went through the right-hander. That would put them onto the Paul Newman straight, but Risi still holding on there. Working now on lap number 19, so the next time by it will be 19 down, and next time by it will be 19 down and 6 to go. Problems for Brad Childs. Looks as though it's going to be an early exit for the number 87. Justin Tracy still trying to find his way around Alex Rubenstein in the battle for fourth. And they are shortly going to see the race leaders coming up in their mirrors. Colin Duffy this time in the slipstream as they cross the start-finish line. They try to high road down in turn number 1, see if he can keep his momentum and sweep to the outside. But Massimo Risi with the preferred line through Big Bend will hang on to that number 1 position. And let's not forget Jaden Lander all alone there in 3rd position in the number 04. Justin Tracy and Alex Rubenstein in their battle for 4th just both had their fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 2.214 for Rubenstein, 1 minute 2.223 for Justin Tracy. So they are a bit off the leader's pace, but having a good battle there for 4th position. Duffy right in the slipstream of Risi this time as they come down the hill. Duffy again going to try that sweep to the outside. And now gets underneath Risi in turn number 1, so a wide entry for Duffy. He'll be alongside of Risi as they come out into the short chute headed towards the S's. I think Risi has the better position there, but Duffy's going to try and hang on the outside. Duffy's car again twitching quite a bit. That's where Duffy went off yesterday, so he needs to be mindful of the way you can quickly lose grip if you get the car sideways over there. But Colin Duffy for the first time alongside of Massimo Risi in the battle for the number 1 spot here in race group number 2. Laps counting down, 20 down and 5 remaining for our race leaders. Duffy again right behind Risi, right in the slipstream as they come down the hill. Duffy right in his tire tracks. Risi trying to shake him out of the draft. Goes to the low side of the track. Goes to the middle of the circuit. Let's see if the dip and dive works this time for Colin Duffy. This time Risi again caught on the outside. Duffy trying to get a fender underneath him as they come out onto the short chute. Duffy's car twitches just a little bit, and that is enough for Risi to hang on to the lead. The next thing they will encounter is some lap traffic up ahead as they will come up on the battle between Justin Tracy and Alex Rubenstein. And that will occur right about the time they get to West Bend on the circuit. At West Bend, it is still Risi over Duffy. Down the hill, this time Duffy a couple of car lengths back. Risi with a smoother lap that time. Let's see if Duffy can again close in as they go down into turn number 1. Still about 0.3 of a second. Just up ahead, Tracy and Rubenstein battling for position, so they've got their own fight going on. They will do their best not to break up the leading battle, but they are racing for position themselves. Duffy going to try and get inside at the right-hander. Hops over the curb, but isn't able to complete the pass. Taking a look at West Bend now to see who will arrive there first. Looks like both of the leaders got through as they came up and over the hill, but well, they got past Tracy, but not past Rubenstein, so they will both go by the 600 as they go down into turn number 1. Not to get caught behind, almost had some contact, and he looks as though Risi got turned around. I'm not sure if there was contact between he and Duffy. Duffy may have just tapped the rear bumper on the car, but it is Massimo Risi off in turn number 1, Colin Duffy into the lead. Risi trying to get the car restarted. I'm not sure if he had any contact with the barrier down there that would have damaged the front of the car. Massimo Risi back onto the circuit, but the race at this point would appear to be run for him as he will rejoin well behind race leader Colin Duffy. Hard to tell from our distant vantage point whether there was some contact down in the turn number 1 braking zone. Risi's car seemed to get a bit loose and then shot to the outside of the racetrack. 1 lap to go. is the signal for Colin Duffy in the number 72. Jaden Lander will now take over second place in the number 04. Here is Massimo Risi. Risi getting the 1 lap to go signal. No damage to the front of the car, so he was able to get the car stopped before he contacted the barrier down in turn number 1, but that delay was the story of the race as Colin Duffy now leads the way on the final lap in the number 72. Jaden Lander in the 04 second. Massimo Risi dropped down to third in the number 18 after leading for 23 laps. 24 down and less than 1 to go now for our race leader, Colin Duffy. And here is Duffy underneath the double checkered flags to take the win in feature race number 2 for NC and ND Series Mazda MX-5s. Second will go to Jaden Lander in the 04. Third to Massimo Risi in the number 18. Here is Lander through the downhill turn. Risi across the line for third. Alex Rubenstein fourth. Justin Tracy will come home in fifth position. So a dramatic finish to race number 2 as there was close racing between Colin Duffy and Massimo Risi down in turn number 1. The 18 car shot to the outside of the racetrack, was off on the grass, and Duffy was through to the victory in the number 72. So Colin Duffy makes up for disappointments earlier in the weekend by taking the win in the number 72. Steady run for Jaden Lander in the first of the NC Series MX-5s is rewarded with second place. And Massimo Risi, after leading almost all the way, comes up short at the end, and he will come home third in the number 18. Well, we'll catch our breath from that one and then get ready to go with our final feature race, which will be the cars in group number 3. This is the open competition category for NA and NB series Mazda Miatas. Great variety of machinery in this race, from basic specification Spec Miatas through fully race prepared Miata Roadsters, and lots of interesting cars in between ready to come out for race group number 3. Let's set the field for you for our final feature race. Don't forget that we have one more race to go after this one, and that will be our all-comers 1-hour endurance race, which will take cars from groups 1, 2, and 3, all racing for 1 hour, including a mandatory pit stop for the finale to Miatacon 2024 coming up at 4 o'clock this afternoon. But for now, the next order of business is our feature race for race group number 3, open specification NA and NB series Mazda Miatas. Kevin O'Driscoll, the number 473, scheduled to go out of 21st starting position. 20th in the lineup will be the number 89 for Tom Swoboda. Ben Foltz in the number 88 starts in 19th position. 18th in the starting lineup to the 0 of Terrence Smith. Ed Zemek out of Schenectady, New York, with the number 38, starts in 17th position. 16th scheduled to be Van Svensson in the number 314. That is the zebra paint scheme car. We'll see if Svensson is able to report for the start. He had some damage in the morning qualifying race, so Svensson a question mark for starting the feature. 15th in the lineup to car number 662, driven by Christopher Haywood. Bridget Duffy's number 11 will go out of 14th position. 13th in the lineup to Alex Radovic Moreno, number 129. Lucian Arbor will start in 12th position, and he is car number 12. 11th to the 28 of Mark Hewlin. 10th in the starting lineup to the 3 of Richard Peacutt. 9th to Rick Hosley in the Hosley Explosive Engineering, number 553. 8th will be the number 13 for David Gran. The number 91 for Peter Tonelli, the second, one of the fastest cars in this group, starts in 7th position. That's the yellow number 91 Miata Roadster. Second of the Roadsters, the silver number 7 for Peter A.J. Tonelli, starts in 6th position. 5th in the starting lineup will be Justin Brigandy in the number 663. Shakir Wilson out of Raleigh, North Carolina with the number 3 starts in 4th position. Third goes to Jessica Tracy in the number 82. And your front row, outside starting position to the number 81 for Thomas DiCandido. Pole position to the Mazda Speed number 681, the turbocharged NB Series Miata from Michael Stack. As we said, no shortage of variety here. One of the cars to watch is certainly going to be Peter Tonelli, the second in the yellow number 91. He dominated the second qualifying race after finishing well down in the field in yesterday's qualifier with a differential problem. So Tonelli, one of the cars to watch here in the feature race. Rick Hosley, another of the strong performers. Looks as though Van Svensson has been able to make repairs, and he will get the zebra stripe number 314 back in action. So we've got cars with roofs and cars without roofs. We've got cars with wings and cars without wings. And all of them ready to settle it here in race group number 3. Same format for as our previous 2 races, 25 laps versus a 30-minute time limit. 2 pace laps to let the cars get some heat into the tires, get ready to go racing here for 25 laps. A little bit of a cool day and low track temperatures, so they want the drivers to have a good opportunity to get their tires into their best operating range, especially true for our 2 roadsters. The cars up ahead are all running on cars on tires that are more or less based on a street-type radial ply tire. The 2 roadster-style cars with wider Hoosier tires on them that are expressly built for racing purposes, so a little bit more grip for those cars. Those cars also carrying less weight. So although they may not have the most powerful engines, they may have the best power-to-weight ratio, and so we'll watch with interest to see how the turbocharged Mazda Speed car does against the normally aspirated roadsters of A.J. Tonelli, number 7, and Peter Tonelli, the second, in number 91. Pace car on the pit road. Mazda Speed Turbo bringing them down. Trying to spool up the turbocharged engine on the Michael Stack car. Let's see if he hit the sweet spot there. Great start by Shakir, the number 3 car, Shakir Wilson. Right there in the pictures of the down in the turn number 1. Peter Tonelli, the second, already on the move in the yellow roadster number 91. Let's see if Tonelli hangs back just a little bit. We've still got a long way to go here. We're just at the green flag, so time for both of the Tonelli cars to get their tires up to temperature and kind of play out a strategy over 30 minutes here. Don't want to throw it all away on lap number 1, racing for the lead. As it has often been said, no race is won on lap number 1, but many races have been lost on lap number 1. Looks like though one of the cars we were missing was Thomas DiCandido, number 81. He was a strong runner throughout the weekend, but unable to report for the start. Here is Peter Tonelli getting back in line behind the 82 of Jessica Tracy. Tracy having a good run. Our statistician Craig Robertson just noticed that Thomas DiCandido, who was scheduled to start from the outside of the front row, did not answer the call. And so, unfortunately, one of our leading contenders from earlier in the day is out of the picture here before we even get to the green flag. Meanwhile, Peter Tonelli II moves through to the number 2 spot. He was able to get around Jessica Tracy as they worked their way through the S's, and he will now set his sights on the Mazda Speed number 681 from Michael Stack. .681 is your race leader, Michael Stack. Second to the yellow number 91 for Peter Tonelli II. Third to Jessica Tracy. Here comes Rick Hostley at 553. With that big yellow wing on the back for added downforce. To work his way into a podium position. Shakir Wilson at number 3, still in 4th spot. Let's see where the second of the Roadsters is. It looks as though that car was sitting around 6th position. That would be A.J. Tonelli in the second of the open cockpit cars. Peter Tonelli right up on the back bumper of the Mazda Speed entry as they come to the start-finish line. Tonelli will not have the lead at the start-finish stripe, but will try to get by under braking for turn number 1. And the Mazda Roadster, the lightweight out there, able to get down inside of the turbocharged car to take over the lead. Here comes Rick Hostley trying to get around Jessica Tracy for the final position on the podium. Shakir Wilson still sitting there in 5th position. 6 is the second of the Tonelli cars, and a pair of cars getting tangled up right as they entered the S's. One of them able to drive away. Can't get a good look at the second of the cars. That was another one of our winged wonders out there. But that car not able to get back on track right at this point. We'll see if we're going to go to a full course caution. That car able to drive away, so we will stay under green flag conditions. Tonelli still with the lead. Stack second, Tracy third, Hostley fourth, and Shakir Wilson rounding out the top 5. Then in 6th, it's A.J. Tonelli in the number 7. David Graham in the 13 is 7th. 8th to Justin Brigandy in the 663. Van Svensson coming back from problems in this morning's race, currently shown in 10th position. And Mark Newland in there as well. Looks as though they shuffled him just a little bit. It was Newland, Radovic Moreno, and Lucian Arbin crossed the line in 8th, 9th, and 10th. As we just said that it looked as though things were working out for Van Svensson, and as soon as we called his number, he came on to pit road and is now headed to the paddock area. So a tough break for Van Svensson. The top 10 car in the early laps here in race group number 3. Rick Hostley now trying to get by Jessica Tracy down in turn number 1. Hosley car with that big wing on the back with more grip through the corners, able to get by the more conventional Miata of Jessica Tracy. Car on pit road is the number 663. That is Justin Brigandy. So Brigandy was another top 10 car that ran into problems. He was one of the cars that was off course, so he's got damage on the left rear corner, and he will also go back to the paddock area. Looks as though Tonelli's gone missing, our race leader, off the pace here in the number 71. So now it is Michael Stack back in the lead once again in the number 681. Rick Hosley challenging him in the number 553. So again, things go off kilter for AJ Tonelli in the number 91, as he has slipped all the way down to 7th position. So again, a strong run at the start for Tonelli. A repeat of what we saw here yesterday. The car drifting back, and it looks as though he's got a mechanical problem that I suspect may put him on the sidelines. That car does not look destined to go the rest of the race distance. So it's been an up and down weekend for Peter Tonelli II. Mechanical problems yesterday, a win this morning, and then falling out of the race while in the lead here in the feature event. Rick Hosley in the number 553 side by side with Michael Stack as they go down into turn number 1. Still in a podium position with the problems for Tonelli, as the 63 car is in 3rd, trying to hold off Shakir Wilson in the number 3. Here is Peter Tonelli very slowly down the hill, and I expect that we're going to see that car on pit lane if it makes it that far. He is just about crawling as he comes back onto the Sam Posey straight. The car had differential problems yesterday, and something is amiss with the car as he will just struggle to get on the pit road. So an early end of the day for Peter Tonelli in the number 91. Flat tire on Peter Tonelli's car. The right rear tire is down. Talk about frustration. The car was running just about perfectly, and something happened to the tire, whether he ran over something or had some contact with another car. But a flat right rear tire, the reason for the retirement of Peter Tonelli in the number 91. The running order now is Rick Hosley in the 553 as your leader. Michael Stack in the number 681 second. 3rd to Jessica Tracy in the 82. Shakir Wilson from Raleigh, North Carolina in the number 3 is 4th. 5th to AJ Tonelli in the Miata Roadster number 7. David Graham in the 13 is 6th. 7th to Alex Radovic Moreno in the number 129. 8th to the 28 of Mark Euland. Lucian Arbor in the number 12 is 9th. And 13th to the number 00, that is Terrence Smith. Rick Hosley just turning the fast lap of the race, getting down below 1 minute, 59.982 for the race leading number 553. And taking a look ahead for just a moment to our 1 hour endurance race, Hosley is entered in the number 553. He is a 59-second car. Colin Duffy is a 59-second car. Massimo Risi is a 59-second car. If they can make repairs to the Tonelli car. He is a 59-second car. So a 1 hour enduro already having some interesting aspects on display. It's a wide variety of cars that look like they could be contenders for overall honors in the upcoming 1 hour endurance race. Shakir Wilson now moving around the Mazda Speed car. So Wilson has gotten by Jessica Tracy. And now setting his sights on Michael Stack for the number 2 position. So Shakir Wilson has been one of the drivers who has made an impressive performance here this weekend. Wilson, with problems yesterday, started 20th in the qualifying race and finished 8th. Improved on his position with a 5th place finish in the second qualifier, and now is racing strong and presently in the runner-up position in the number 3 car. Michael Stack in the Mazda Speed number 681 third. Jessica Tracy slips off of a podium position, now in 4th in the number 82, just ahead of the number 7 of A.J. Tonelli. Well, the turbocharged Mazda Speed car has gotten back around Wilson, and Jessica Tracy in the 83 battling him hard down into turn number 1. So Tracy is not going to give up that podium position without a fight here. Still a long way to go. We are only at half distance right now, working lap number 13 of 25. Jessica Tracy made a real charge on Shakir Wilson that time down into turn number 1, but now has lost a couple of car lengths as they head through the S's. Rick Hossley has worked his way into a lead of 3.9 seconds ahead of the battle between the 681 of Michael Stack, the 3 of Shakir Wilson, and the 82 of Jessica Tracy. Looks to be the 28 of Mark Eulen. Eulen had been a top 10 car, but he is going to make an early exit from the race. Tracy losing a little bit of ground on that lap to Michael Stack and Shakir Wilson. The 681 and the number 3 now battling for second spot. Tracy a couple of seconds back, now in 4th in the number 82. Shakir Wilson to the outside of Michael Stack down in turn number 1. Stack able to hang on to the position. Here comes another charge by the number 3 car on the number 681. That is your battle for second place going past the infield spectator hillside area. Another fast lap of the race, 59.955. Rick Hosley all on his own out in front now in the number 553. That is the Hosley Explosives Engineering NB Series Miata. Turbo still trying to hold off Shakir Wilson in the number 3. Jessica Tracy in the gray number 72 in 4th position. 5th now, looking for the Mazda Roadster. There is the number 7 across the line. The surviving Roadster of A.J. Tonelli is 5th. 6th to David Grand in 13. 7th to Alex Radovic Moreno, number 129. 8th to Christopher Haywood in the 662. Terrence Smith in the 00 is 9th, and Lucian Arbor rounds out the top 10 in the number 12. 11th goes to Bridget Duffy in the 11. Eddie Zemek in the number 38 is 12th. 13th to Ben Foltz in the 88. 14th, Kevin O'Driscoll in the 473. And Tom Swoboda, number 89, rounds out the top 15. Side by side across the start-finish line, Shakir Wilson in the 3 and Michael Stack in the 681. Stack able to go a little bit deeper on the brakes down into turn number 1. Will come out of Big Bend onto the short chute with about a 1 car length advantage over the silver number 3 of Shakir Wilson. David Grant on the move in the number 6, trying to challenge A.J. Tonelli for the number 5 position. Taking a look at the starting order, we've lost a number of front runners along the way. Thomas DiCandido was scheduled to start 2nd, did not even answer the green flag. Justin Brigandy started 5th. He has retired from the race. And Peter Tonelli II started in 7th, and he has retired from the race. Rick Hosley continuing to motor right along. Another fast lap for the race. Best time for the event, for this event now, 59.455. Look at the lap time. I'm sure that Hosley might not have the fast lap for the weekend. 59.141 yesterday. 59.2 for Peter Tonelli. 59.9, 59.7 for the cars in Group 2. So, unofficially, I would say at this point, Rick Hosley may have the fastest lap of the weekend now at 59.3. We'll see what the lap times are like from this race, whether Peter Tonelli might have come up with a faster lap before he retired. Statistician Craig Robertson checking the chart now says that Tonelli did not break a minute before he retired from the race. So if not the absolute fastest lap, then certainly in the top echelon would be Rick Hosley at 59.367. And Hosley, one of the cars coming out of group number 3 that will run in our upcoming 1-hour endurance race. Shakir Wilson in the number 3 now has taken over 2nd from Michael Stack. Jessica Tracy still in 4th, so it's 5th, 553, Hosley your leader. 3, Shakir Wilson 2nd. Michael Stack in the 681 3rd. Jessica Tracy 82 4th. A.J. Tonelli in the number 7 is 5th. 6th to the 13 of David Graham. 7th to the number 129 driven by Alex Radovic Moreno. 8th to the 662 of Christopher Haywood. Terrence Smith's number 00 sits in the 9th position. And Bridget Duffy in the number 11 now rounds out the top 10. And 29, Alex Radovic Moreno now challenging Peter Tonelli for position. So Radovic Moreno has gone around to David Gran in the 13. and now also completes the pass on the number 7 for A.J. Tonelli. So Alex Radovic Marino is a car on the move. Five laps to go is the signal from the starter's stand. 20 down and 5 as we start to get into the closing stage of our final feature race for Miatacon 2024. Don't forget, one more to go after this. We will have our 1-hour endurance race coming up at 4 o'clock. In between time, we will have a pair of sessions for our track day group. HPBE group number 4 will be on track at 2:50, and then again at 3:15, or rather 3:35. In between, we will have a brief practice session for the cars that will compete in our endurance race, and they will be on track from 3:15 until 3:35. Final green flag of the weekend. We'll start our 1-hour endurance race coming up at 4 o'clock this afternoon. David Grand making a pass on A.J. Tonelli. So the roadster of Tonelli fading back. Well, not quite fading back. Grand looked like he made the pass. Then Tonelli responded by hanging on to the position down in turn number 1. So here is your battle for 6th position going past the infield spectator area. Peter A.J. Tonelli in the number 7 and David Grand in the number 13. Michael Stack continue to battle for the runner-up position. They are now a full 17 seconds behind race leader Rick Hostley. Hostley setting a torrid pace here once he got into the lead. Should get the 1 lap to go signal next time by. We're showing lap number 24 coming up. There's Gran and Tonelli still side by side. White flag for Rick Hostley in the black and blue number 553. Making his final tour of the 1.5-mile circuit here at Lime Rock Park to put our Miatacon race group number 3 into the record books. Here's a side-by-side battle between Shakir Wilson in the number 3, and he has now eked out a margin over Michael Stack in the 681. As they will race back to the checkered flag. Jessica Tracy in 4th in the number 82. Radovic Marino now up into 5th in the number 129. Checkered flag is out. The win goes to the number 553. Driven by Rick Hosley. Second across the line. Another strong performance for Shakir Wilson in the number 3. Michael Stack in the 681 takes third. Fourth to Jessica Tracy in the 82. Fifth to Alex Radovic Marino in the number 129. Sixth to the 7 of Peter Tonelli. Seventh to David Gran in the 13. Eighth goes to Christopher Hayward in the 662. Ninth to the 00 of Terrence Smith. Bridget Duffy rounds out the top 10 in car number 11. 11th goes to Eddie Zemek out of Schenectady, New York in the number 38. Ben Foltz in the number 88 is 12th. Lucian Arbor with the Legamen Cafe, number 12 from Sharon, Connecticut, finishes in 13th position. 14th to Kevin O'Driscoll, number 473. Thomas Swoboda in the 89 finishes in 15th. Cars that did not go the full distance included the 28 of Mark Eulen, the 91 for Peter Tonelli, the 314 for Van Svensson, 663 for Justin Brigandi, and the 03 for Richard Picot. So some attrition there in race group number 3, but no problems up front for Rick Hosley in the number 553, taking the win here in our final feature race for our Miatacon 2024. Don't forget our 1-hour enduro coming up beginning at 4 o'clock. In between time, we're going to have a couple of track sessions for our track day group. That is group number 4, as well as a brief practice session for our endurance racing cars. And as much as the lap times, a number of teams are going to be practicing their driver changes, as there is a mandatory pit stop, and quite a few teams have decided to go with a 2-driver roster for that event. Also, we want to remind you about the Moss Motors Car Show Award, most popular car in the car corral down in B Paddock. The folks from Moss Motors presenting a special award, and that will take place at their booth in the B Paddock at 3 o'clock. That is about 10 minutes from now. So I'm not sure if there's still time to get your votes in for your favorite car in the B Paddock, but be sure to wander over to the Moss Motors booth at 3 o'clock for the awards presentation of the Moss Miata Car Show Award for the most popular car in the Miata and MX-5 car corral down in the B Paddock. Also, now is a good time for you to stop by and visit the folks from Mazda USA in their lounge in the fan zone, as we have a little bit of a break in the racing action. And also be sure to stop by and say hi to the folks from Mazda of Milford and see the full line of Mazda vehicles on display in the Mazda of Milford area. And we are going to take a breather now for a few minutes, catch our breath, get something to drink, and then be ready to bring you an update from our endurance practice session. We're going to let the track day group out next on the track. They should be out momentarily, so all of our track day participants should be in the staging area as we are about to open the track for your session. So again, a reminder to vote in the Moss Miata Car Show Award balloting to pick the most popular car in the B Paddock area. As our track day group heads out onto the racetrack for another of their sessions, they will be on track until 3:10. We'll then do our practice session for our endurance competitors from 3:15 until 3:35. More track day activity from 3:35 to 3:55, and then the final race of the weekend for Miatacon 2024, scheduled to go to the green flag at 4 o'clock. And that will be our 1-hour endurance race. Don't forget the car show awards being passed out by Moss Miata down in the B paddock area. If you're down in that vicinity, they should be beginning the presentation shortly. The most popular car by People's Choice at the Moss Miata booth, right at the entrance to the B paddock area. Working our way now through another session for our track day group. And then we will bring out the cars for our endurance race practice session between 3:15 and 3:35. one more round of track time for the cars in Group 4, and then the final race of the day coming up on the schedule at 4 o'clock. And that will be our 1-hour endurance race for all of the entrants from Groups 1, 2, and 3. So a good mix of machinery coming out for our finale. And we want to thank you for joining us for the 2024 edition of Miatacon here at Lime Rock Park. All of our cars for our endurance race practice session should be on their way to the grid area. We're going to roll you out on the track in just a couple of minutes, so all of our endurance cars that want to take advantage of the practice session should be on their way to the grid area. We will quickly cycle you through, get you out on track. This practice session will last just about 20 minutes, 3:15 until 3:35. So any cars in the endurance race that want to take advantage of this practice session should report to the grid area. Working our way through this practice session for our endurance racing competitors. This is an opportunity for a number of the co-drivers to get their first experience behind the wheel. We have a number of interesting pairings coming up. Sean Noonan, who we saw in action earlier in the number 0 Miata, will be teamed up with the teenage phenom Ethan Goulart, the 2024 Spec Miata national champion with the Sports Car Club of America. John Murphy, who has raced just about everything, including NASCAR Busch North Series cars, scheduled to team up with Bill Ruckert. Interesting situation with Jaden Lander and Anthony Geraci. Lander is going to start the number 4 car and turn it over to Geraci during the pit stop. Meanwhile, Geraci is going to start the number 8 car, and he will pit at the same time as Jaden Lander, and they will swap cars. So that should be an interesting experience along pit lane for the number 4 and the number 8. Don Drislane will team up with Dickie Regal in the Lime Rock number 34 entry. Colin Duffy will have Ben Albano sharing driving duties in the number 72. Jessica and Justin Tracy will team up in the number 82 Miata. If the number 91 gets its tire repaired, Peter Tonelli II and A.J. Tonelli will share the number 91 entry. Rick Hosley will share the number 553 with John Isaacs. Nick Leveroni, who has not been in action earlier this weekend but is well known for his preparation work through Flat Out Motorsports, will be driving solo in the number 190. So a number of interesting entries coming up for our 1-hour endurance race, which is scheduled to begin at 4 p.m. this afternoon. The endurance race will require a mandatory 5-minute pit stop. I think last year when we had the Enduro, somebody actually missed the window for coming into the pits. As I recall from last year, it was you had to stop between 15 and 45 minutes into the race. So the first 15 minutes and the last 15 minutes of the race, the pits were closed. And at least one of the cars missed that window and ended up falling out, being penalized sufficiently not to win the race. So we will watch with interest as our 1 hour endurance race unfolds. Also, we're going to have kind of a random starting order. There is no qualifying for the Enduro. It is something like luck of the draw as to where you start, and it will be a single file start for our 1 hour endurance race. So a number of different aspects to watch as we look forward to our 1 hour endurance race coming up at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Just about 5 minutes remaining in this practice session for our endurance competitors. That means that we are just about at the final track session for our track day participants in Group 4. Final session of the day for track day participants will be beginning at 3:35. So if you are one of our track day drivers, you'll want to finish your preparations and get down to the staging area, as we will have you back on track in just about 5 minutes. So all of our track day participants should be making their way down to the staging area. Let's also take a moment to salute all of our sponsors who have helped us through the 2024 season, including Moss Miata, Whaling City Mazda, Mazda USA, Sports Car Driving Association, FCP Euro, Delamar Hotels, NBT Bank, Miller Motor Cars, Mazda of Milford, Connecticut Business Systems, a Xerox company, VP Racing Fuels, Pelote Driving Shoes, Spectro Performance Oils, Hummel Brothers Hot Dogs, Pepsi, the Great Falls Brewing Company, brewers of Lime Rock Lager, Haggerty, Thule, Road and Track Magazine, B-Works, Sotheby's, iHeartRadio, Connecticut Seal Coating, Averdi Storage and Office Solutions, the Skip Barber Racing School, Toyo Tires, MoheganSun.com, Hoosier Tire East, and Marsh McLennan. Thank you for your support during the 2024 season here at Lime Rock Park. Final session for our track day participants. Should be ready to roll out onto the racetrack. So if you are a track day driver, this is your last opportunity to get some track time for the 2024 Miatacon. Looks as though we already have a good representation of cars out on the circuit. They will be on track until 3:55. And then we will get ready to go with the final race for Miatacon 2024, which will be our 1-hour endurance race for cars from groups 1, 2, and 3. So a great mix of machinery scheduled to come out for our final race of the day, and that will go to the green flag at 4 o'clock. Checking the timetable for the remaining events on the program. We have about 5 minutes to go in this session for our track day drivers. And that is also a good reminder for all of our endurance racing competitors that you are scheduled to roll off about 10 minutes from now. So endurance racing cars should be on their way to the grid area. All endurance racing cars should be on their way to the grid. The timetable calls for the rollout for the pace lap at 4 o'clock, so all of our endurance racing competitors should be making their way down to the grid area. We understand it is going to be a random draw for starting positions. So we do need to have all of our competitors in the endurance category down there to figure out where you're going to start, and it will be a single file start for the endurance race, something a bit different for the cars here at Lime Rock Park. So again, this is a call for all of our endurance racing competitors to be ready to report to the grid area so that we can stay on time and on schedule for our 1 hour endurance race scheduled to go to the green flag at 4 o'clock. Since it is going to be a random draw, it's kind of difficult to give you a starting lineup at this point, but let's run through the list of cars that we expect to see in the Enduro. Car number 0 will be the pairing of Sean Noonan and 2024 Sports Car Club of America Spec Miata National Champion Ethan Goulart. The number 3 is scheduled to be Richard Peacutt teamed with Tom DiCandido. Then we have the unusual situation of the number 4 and number 8 where the drivers will swap cars during the pit stops. Jaden Lander will start in the number 4 and finish in the number 8. Anthony Geraci will start in the number 8 and finish in the number 4, necessitating a closely choreographed pit stop for those two drivers. Bridget and Morgan Duffy will team up in the number 11. Lucy and Arbor will be in the number 12. Justin Ferraro will be teamed up with Mark Gregory in the 17. Massimo Risi will be joined by Josh Green as his teammate in the number 18. Earl Tucker will drive the number 24 solo. Dickie Regal in the Lime Rock number 34 will team up with Don Drislane. Colin Duffy and Ben Albano will be the driver pairing in the number 72. Steve Katz will drive solo in the 73. Jessica and Justin Tracy will be sharing driving duties in the number 82. Peter Tonelli and A.J. Tonelli will be in the number 91 Miata Roadster. Earl Tucker and Earl Tucker IV are scheduled to drive the number 93. Connor Thomas will go solo, as will Alex Radovic Marino, number 125 and number 129. Matt Haas, who we have not seen in action earlier this weekend, scheduled to drive the number 167. Mike Anderson will drive solo in the number 169. Zachariah Rosenberg will be in the number 171. Dave Nissenbaum going it alone in the number 192. Pat and Michael Bodden will team up in the number 293. That is another car that we have not seen in action this weekend. Van Svensson has made more repairs on the number 314. He will share driving duties with Steve Jardine. Kevin O'Driscoll and Rob Stager will be the driver pairing in the number 473. Rick Hosley and John Isaacs will team up in the number 553. Alex Rubenstein will drive solo in the number 600. Christopher Haywood will share the number 662 with John Montgomery. And Nick Leveroni, who we have not seen in action earlier this weekend, will drive solo in the number 190. Checkered flag is out. That marks the conclusion of our track session for our track day drivers in HPDE group number 4. So all of our enduro competitors should be making their way down to the grid area as we want to roll the cars out at 4 o'clock for a green flag for our 1 hour endurance race. So all of our endurance racing competitors should be on their way to the grid area. Taking a look down into our staging area. Bob Green has the Miatacon 2024 pace car in position, and hopefully we'll soon have all of the drivers mounted up and get ready to send them out for their single file pace lap that will start our 1 hour endurance race, the grand finale to the 2024 edition of Miatacon here at Lime Rock Park. The 2025 schedule for Lime Rock already taking shape. We will be back with our traditional Trans Am event on Memorial Day weekend. Then the highlight of the June schedule will be the debut of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series here at Lime Rock Park. The SVRA Speed Tour and All-Star Race is on the schedule once again for July. August will mark the return of Grid Life to Lime Rock Park. Labor Day weekend, of course, the traditional home for the Lime Rock Historics. A new event added tentatively for October, which will see the United States Auto Club bring the Ford Mustang Championship, the Radical Sports Racers, and the USF Formula 2000 Junior Championship to Lime Rock Park. And then we are hopeful to continue the Miatacon tradition once again on the final week of October to round out our 2025 season. For more details on all of those events, be sure to visit our worldwide website, www.limerock.com. Looks like the number 12 got the lucky draw, Lucien Arbor in the Legamin Cafe of Sharon, Connecticut. Entry number 12 starts from the pole position. Once again, this is a 1 hour endurance race with a mandatory 5-minute pit stop that needs to come between the, that will occur during the pit window, which will be 30 minutes to the 45-minute mark. We'll give the cars one more lap to get acclimated to the racetrack. Looking for some interesting battles here. Rick Hosley in the number 553, the fastest car throughout the weekend. But over the long haul, we will see how Massimo Risi, Tonelli team, as well as a number of other likely contenders, make their way through the field. 553 for Hosley, starting near the back of the lineup for this single file start. The 91, the Tonelli and Tonelli Mazda Roadster is back in action after a weekend that has been frustrating with problems. Differential problem with the car on Friday. Then Peter Tonelli II picked up the win in the second of the qualifying races and was leading the feature event in Group 3 when he got a flat tire, putting him on the sidelines once again. So we'll see if they can round out their weekend with a better performance from the one and only Mazda Roadster in this race. Colin Duffy, the winner of the feature race for the NC and ND cars, number 72, teaming up with Ben Albano And the number 18, Massimo Risi, another of our Mazda MX-5 global racers. The number 18 will be teaming up with Josh Green. We are green and on our way towards turn number 1. No problems with the single file start. Massimo Risi going all the way to the high side of the racetrack, trying to take over the lead in turn number 1. Risi started about 6th on the field in that single file restart. Here comes the Tonelli car as well. So both of those cars, which are capable of lapping in the 59-second range, quickly working their way towards the front of the field. A real scramble coming through the diving turn. Colin Duffy in the 72 will take the lead, brings Sean Noonan with the 0 with him. 0, the number 4 car for Jaden Lander is in there as well. Risi, who looked like he wanted to go for the lead, finds himself running in about 4th position, right in front of the number 91, driven by Peter Tonelli II. So these drivers not treating the opening laps like an endurance contest. They are scrapping out there like it's a 10-lap sprint race. Sean Noonan challenging Colin Duffy for the lead going down into turn number 1. Duffy with the number 72 and Noonan with the number 0. An intergenerational battle there. The ND Series car leading. An NB model Miata in 2nd. And the NC car for Jaden Lander is in 3rd. 4th now is the NA Series car. That's the Mazda Roadster for Peter Tonelli II. So all 4 generations of Mazda Miatas and MX-5s represented right now in the top 4 positions. Then in 5th, it's Massimo Risi in the number 18, another of our ND Series cars. Trying to get position from Peter Tonelli II down in the first turn. Now they're going to try rim riding going around the outside of Risi to regain that position as they head towards the S's. And he will get back into 4th position with the yellow number 91. Some real scrambling going on behind. They are 2 and 3 wide coming out of Big Bend onto the short chute. Colin Duffy continues to lead from Sean Noonan, and it's Jaden Lander in the 0-4. Peter Tonelli II in the 91 and the 18 of Massimo Risi. Risi and Tonelli are just battling like there's no tomorrow out there. Risi passed going into Big Bend. Tonelli repassed coming out onto the short chute. Shortage of variety here, even though these are all Mazda products. As we said, 4 generations of the Mazda Miata and MX-5 right now represented in the first 4 positions in the race. Duffy in the ND leading, Noonan in the NB second, Lander in the NC third, and Tonelli in the NA is in fourth. Well, looks like Reese will break that up for the moment, demoting Tonelli to fifth position. The explosive number 553, the fastest car of the weekend, continues to move forward now up to eighth position. Just behind Nick Leveroni in the number 190. Wide down under the Liqui Bridge, Massimo Risi, Peter Tonelli, and Jaden Lander in the number 04. Though Risi was the car that came out the loser in that exchange as he gets shoved off the racetrack. Briefly on the grass on the short chute, now back on the circuit. Was given up considerable distance to both the 71 and the 04. Number 0, Sean Noonan, now the race leader, taking over from Colin Duffy. I also want to add that Bill Ruckert and John Murphy have made the start. Ruckert's number 1 car was damaged earlier in the day, but they have taken over the number 11, so it's good to see Bill Ruckert back in action as he will pair up with former NASCAR North driver John Murphy. Shuffle the order up front just a little bit. It is still Sean Noonan leading, Colin Duffy 72 second, Jaden Lander now in third in the 04, and fourth to Peter Tonelli in the 91. Fifth is Massimo Risi in the 18. Sixth is Rick Hossley in the 553. Nick Leveroni's number 190 is seventh. Justin Ferraro in the 17 is eighth. Anthony Geraci in the car number 8 is ninth. And Steve Katz rounds out the top 10 in car number 73. In terms of lap time, Sean Noonan now down in the 59-second range. And he seems to be the only car at this point that has gotten below the 1 minute mark. Rick Hossley now also showing below 1 minute with a 59.4. and Massimo Risi with a 59.6. So we're starting to see a number of cars pick up the pace here. Sean Noonan now with a 1.3 second advantage over the number 72 of Colin Duffy. Then a gap back to Jaden Lander in the 04 and Peter Tonelli in the number 91. Just a couple of tenths of a second separating those two cars. And then about a second and a half behind them is Massimo Risi in the number 18. Risi has now caught Tonelli in the number 91 and setting his sights on Jaden Lander just up ahead in the number 04. Risi and Lander still battling for position for making turn the one underneath the Lick-Wamali Bridge. Closing in on the 15-minute mark, which will be the time frame that signals the opening of the pit lane for any cars that want to begin the mandatory pit stop sequence. And it is a mandatory 5-minute pit stop, whether there is a driver change or not. Cars have between the 15-minute mark and the 45-minute mark to make their pit stops. Pits are closed from minute 1 to 15 and minute 45 to minute 60. Hostley continuing to move up with the number 553, just goes around Peter Tonelli to move into 5th position. Next car that Hostley will set his sights on will be Jaden Lander in the number 04. That would be for 4th position. Looks like Rick Hostley has the fastest lap of the race thus far at 59.451. 59.7 for Sean Noonan, 59.6 for Massimo Risi. Everybody else is 1 minute or slower. So those three cars, the clear pace setters, at least early in the going here. Colin Duffy has not yet broken the 1 minute mark, lapping consistently in the 1 minute, first lap of 1 minute .144. car on the pit lane is the number 71. That is Peter Tonelli, the second. Let's see if this is a scheduled pit stop. We have reached the 15-minute mark. We're bringing the 91 in. Let's see if this is a scheduled stop or whether there's another mechanical problem with the car. He is scheduled to turn the car over to his co-driver, A.J. Tonelli. And he is climbing out. Looking around, apparently he can't find his co-driver. So, A.J. Tonelli the second out of the car and having a look at the left front. A.J. Tonelli, pit crew such as it is, and Tonelli throwing the arm restraints into the car, so apparently it is a mechanical problem. And we also are going to go to a full course caution. Second car on the pit road is the Ruckert and Murphy number 11. Ruckert, I think, will be coming in to turn over to John Murphy. They come in right as the yellow flag came out, so I'm not sure if the pits are open or closed at this point. It could be a fortuitous stop for the number 11 if they got on the pit lane before the full course caution was displayed. Looks as though it's a flat left front this time on the number 91 car for Peter Tonelli II, so they have recurring tire problems. Had a flat right front before, a flat left front on the number 91. Fortunately, with the mandatory 5-minute pit stop, they may be able to effect the tire change without further penalty. They also would have been on pit lane before the yellow flag came out, I believe, at least unofficially, so that I don't think there would be an additional penalty for pitting under the yellow flag. But we'll have to wait to see what the decision from race control is on that particular circumstance. Well, let's make a correction on the number 11 car. That is the Bridget and Morgan Duffy car, not the Bill Ruckert John Murphy machine. So our apologies to the Duffy squad for misidentifying them. Field is under full course caution, waiting for the Lime Rock safety team to be dispatched. We have one car being towed in, another car sitting on pit lane. So that they've completed the required pit stop. That is the number 129 for Alexander Radovec Moreno. Still working on the number 91 car, the Peter Tonelli II car. Car number 293, meanwhile, with a mechanical problem being towed in. That is the Patrick Bowden automobile, so they will be the first retirement from the race. See if the Tonelli car can get back out. I think they've actually been stationary on pit lane for more than 5 minutes, so they may lose an additional number of laps here. Has been fast throughout the weekend, but hasn't had much luck in terms of mechanical and running gear reliability. A flat tire during the feature race on the right rear, and now a flat left front in the early minutes of our endurance contest. Looks as though we are ready to go back to green flag racing. The Tonelli car now out of pit lane and back onto the racetrack. Pits should now be open for mandatory pit stops during our 1 hour endurance race. So let's see if anybody decides to dip down on the pit lane at this juncture of the race. Safety car is back on pit road. We go to green flag racing. Sean Noonan with the lead. Colin Duffy in the 72, Massimo Risi in the 18, and the 04 Lander, all in the midst of some black automobiles there at the front of the pack. Another car headed for pit lane. That is the number 34 Dickie Regal car on the pit road. Looks like Don Drislane is ready to get in. The very lanky Dickie Regal climbing out of the car. His shorter counterpart, Don Drislane, will get a little bit of a booster put into the seat before he settles behind the wheel of the number 34 as they work their way through their pit stop. The running order for you as we approach the 25-minute mark. Sean Noonan is the leader in the number 0. 72 Colin Duffy second. Jaden Lander in the 04 is third. Fourth to Massimo Risi in the 18. Fifth to Rick Hosley in the 553. Sixth to the 190 of Nick Leveroni. Anthony Geraci in the number 8 is seventh. Eighth to Justin Ferraro in the 17. Ninth to Earl Tucker in the 24. And Alex Rubenstein in the number 600 now rounds out the top 10. 11th is the 82 for Jessica Tracy. 12th to the 73 for Steve Katz. Christopher Haywood's number 662 is 13th. 14th to Matt Haas in the 167. And 15th to Zachariah Rosenberg in the number 171. Earl Tucker Sr. in the number 93 is 16th. 17th to the 192 of David Nissenbaum. Kevin O'Driscoll in the number 473 is 18th. 19th to Lucian Barber in the number 12, and rounding out the top 20 is Van Svensson in the number 314. number 125 and the number 12, Connor Thomas and Lucian Arbor, both on pit lane to begin their mandatory 5-minute pit stop. Don Drislane getting strapped into the Lime Rock Park number 34, taking over from Dickie Regal. And another full course caution, the signal from the starters stand. Caution flags are really going to confuse the situation as to whether the pits are open or closed. Certainly if you're in the pits when the yellow flag comes out, there can't be a penalty for that. But whether there's a penalty for stopping when the yellow flag does come out is a decision that will be made by the race stewards. So our second full course caution, trying to take a look around the track to see if we can spot where the off-course car may be. So far, no indication as to why we have gone to a caution flag. Ready to dispatch the Miatacon 2024 safety car. Pit stop completed for the number 34. Looks like we're ready to go back to green flag racing. Apparently just a brief off-course excursion by one of the cars. All of the safety vehicles back in position. Lights are off on the pace car, the safety car, an indication that we're ready to go back to green flag racing. And at least one car dives down on the pit road. That looks to be Sean Noonan in the number 0. In fact, the whole series of cars headed towards pit lane. Noonan in the 0, the 17. The other car on the pit road, and it's the number 8 that's in. That is the Girachi car. Now he is supposed to trade cars with Jaden Lander, so we'll see if the number 04 follows him on the pit road. The unusual strategy for the Krug Speed team was to have drivers swapping their cars. Meanwhile, Sean Noonan is out of the number 0. And Ethan Goulart should be climbing in. Another car headed towards pit lane. And that is the number 04 of Jaden Lander. So there will be a car swap between Girachi and Lander. Here is Jaden Lander and number 04 coming to a halt. Latest car to come down on the pit lane is number 314, Von Svensson. Let's reset the running order for you. Massimo Risi is now the race leader in the 18. Colin Duffy in the 72 is second. 553, Rick Hostley third. Jessica Tracy with a good run in the 82, now shown in fourth position. Fifth is the number 600 for Alexander Rubenstein. Nick Leveroni in the number 190 is sixth. Seventh to the number 17 for Justin Ferraro. Eighth, Earl Tucker in the 24. Ninth to the 171 of Zachariah Rosenberg. And Matt Haas in the number 167 now rounds out the top 10. 18, Massimo Risi on the pit lane. The 18 of Risi on pit lane, along with the 82. That is the Tracy and Tracy car. The 82 Jessica Tracy should be out in that automobile, and Justin Tracy will take over. All of that activity moves Rick Hostley into the lead. Colin Duffy in the 72 second. Alexander Rubenstein in the number 600 now third. Nick Leveroni in the number 190 now gets elevated to fourth. Justin Ferraro in the 17 is fifth. Earl Tucker in the 24 sixth. Zachariah Rosenberg in the 171 is seventh. Eighth to Christopher Haywood in the 662. Ninth to Matt Haas in the 167. The 73 of Steve Katz now rounds out the top 10. More activity coming up on pit road. .171 in for a pit stop, as is the 662. 171 is Zachariah Rosenberg. That is the Christopher Haywood car, the number 662 in. Driver change on that car should see John Montgomery getting behind the wheel. Pit stop completed for the number 0. Ethan Goulart now heading back out on track, taking over from Sean Noonan in the number 0. The number 8 Krug Speed car completes its pit stop, and it should now be Jaden Lander behind the wheel. Number 473 is on pit road, and the driver change for that car, Kevin O'Driscoll, coming over to Rob Stager. Another car on the pit road, one of the flat-out motorsports entries, the number 192 coming in. That is Dave Nissenbaum. So 192 on pit road. Somebody coming out of the paddock area. That looks like the car that retired early in the race, the number 293 for Patrick Bodden. They are able to rejoin. It looks as though the number 11 for Bridget and Morgan Duffy has not been able to continue. 72 Colin Duffy on the pit road. Like the 17 for Justin Ferraro is in. The latest car on pit road. Pit stop completed for the Jessica and Justin Tracy number 82. Matt Haas in the 167 making a stop. We are now at the 35-minute mark, so about 10 minutes remaining. More problems for the number 91, the Tonelli Miata Roadster now showing a plume of smoke from the back of the car. It looks as though the engine has let go in that automobile, so it is nothing but problems throughout the weekend for the number 91, who has been fast but rather unreliable. So Tonelli looks as though that will be the end of the day for the number 91. Let's reset the field for you. With these pit stops, Rick Hostley continues to lead. Second position to Nick Leveroni now in the number 190. 24 of Earl Tucker is up to third. Steve Katz in the 73 fourth. Earl Tucker Sr. in the 93 is fifth. Colin Duffy right now shown in sixth position in the 72. Justin Ferraro in the 17 shown in seventh. Matt Haas, who is on pit lane in the 167, is eighth. The 192 of Dave Nissenbaum is ninth. Alex Rubenstein in the 600 shown in 10th. 11th is Zachariah Rosenberg in the 171. Christopher Haywood in the number 662 is 12th. 13th to Alex Radovic Moreno. 14th to Dickie Regal and Don Drislane. Ethan Goulart now behind the wheel of the number 0 shown in 15th position. The 82 for Jessica and Justin Tracy is 16th. Driver change on the 17, now Jaden Lander behind the wheel of car number 8. Massimo Risi also on pit lane, turning the car over to Josh Green. That is the number 18 automobile. Anthony Geraci now 19th in the number 04, and Lucien Arbor in the Gammon Cafe car rounds out the top 20. The number 91, which is just going into retirement from the race, scored in 21st. 22nd to Connor Thomas in the 125. The number 314 is 23rd, and the number 473 is 24th. And the final car running at this point, having just rejoined the race, should be the number 293. That is the Patrick and Michael Bodden entry. Right now listed as a not running is the Bridget and Morgan Duffy car number 11, and I believe soon to be joined by the number 91. The Steve Katz automobile, number 73, which had worked its way up into the top 10 in the running order, now on pit road. Steve hasn't made a pit stop yet. The number 3, the Picut and DeCandido car, has not stopped. The 24 Earl Tucker car has not stopped. The Earl Tucker Sr. number 93 hasn't been in yet. Number 169 for Mike Anderson. 92 for David Nissenbaum, and the 600 of Alex Rubenstein and the 190 from Nick Leverone are cars that have not yet stopped. And officially we're showing just about 5 minutes left in the pit stop window. Let's reset the order for you. Nick Leveroni, now the new race leader in the number 190. Earl Tucker in the 24 is second. Earl Tucker Sr. in the 93 is third. Rick Housley, after the pit stop where he turned the car over, the number 553 turned over to John Isaacs, now shown in fourth position. Fifth to Steve Katz in the 73. Sixth to Alex Radovic Moreno, number 129. Don Drislane in the number 34, taking over from Dickie Regal, shown in seventh. Ethan Goulart in the number 0, now in eighth position. Josh Green in the number 18, now in ninth. Justin Tracy in the number 82 rounds out the top 10. Latest car to come down pit lane is the number 190. That is Nick Leveroni. And also on pit road, another of the flat-out motorsports entries. That is car number 24. That's the first of the Tucker automobiles coming on to pit road. Looks like all of our potential front runners have now made it onto pit lane. So from here it is a clear race to the finish. As drivers will try to unlap themselves after that mandatory 5-minute pit stop. The number 93 car still due on pit lane. Same for the 169 and the 192. Coming up just about 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes remaining now in the pit window. Nick Leveroni, who was the latest race leader, now on pit lane in the number 190. Earl Tucker, who has not made his stop yet in the 24, is second. Earl Tucker Sr. in the 93, shown in third. Alex Radovic Marino in the number 129 is fourth, and fifth to the number 34. That is the Lime Rock Park entry, now driven by Don Drisling. Ethan Goulart is currently sixth in the 0, seventh to Josh Green in the 18, eighth to Justin Tracy in the 92, ninth to Alex Rubenstein in the 600, and Mark Gregory now rounding out the top 10 in car number 17. Shadows the western part of the circuit now. The area of the downhill turn, all of those trees along the perimeter, casting shadow down onto the racetrack while the bright sunshine appears along the Sam Posey straightaway. That section of the racetrack cooling down just a little bit, providing a different level of grip than the parts of the track that are still in the sunlight. Earl Tucker Sr. now taking over the lead in the number 93. Nick Leveroni shown in second in the 190. Earl Tucker in the 24 now in third. A couple of cars by our unofficial count have not yet made a pit stop. They would include the current race leader, the 93 of Earl Tucker, the 169 of Mark Anderson, and the 192 of Dave Nissenbaum. Of those cars, the only one that's in the lead group right now is the number 93 for Earl Tucker Sr. Well, just about to hit the 45-minute mark. That should indicate that the pit window is closed. I believe would mean that if we're correct that the 93 has not stopped yet, that he would incur a penalty. So we'll wait to see how things sort out here. But right now, a question mark next to the number 93 for Earl Tucker Sr. Another car emerging from the paddock area. Not sure what repairs had to be made on that car, but looks as though it is another one of the flat-out motorsports entries. Unofficially showing two cars retired from the race. The Bridget and Morgan Duffy number 11 went out on lap number 13. AJ Tonelli in the number 91 retiring from the race on lap number 28. Race leaders now working lap number 41. Earl Tucker with from the indications, the 93 car has not made a pit stop because it is 3 laps ahead of Alexander Radovec Marino, Ethan Goulart, and Don Drislane. So the 93 car, I believe, will pick up a penalty for not making the pit stop. Whether that was by circumstance or design is hard to say at this point, but the Tucker car is the race leader by some 3 laps, but that will result in a significant penalty if that car does not come in for the mandatory pit stop. Quite a few cars all on the 39th lap. Alex Radovec Marino, Ethan Goulart, Don Drislane, Josh Green in the number 18, Nick Leveroni in the 190, Justin Tracy in the 82, Alex Rubenstein in the 600, Justin Ferraro and Mark Gregory in the 38, Ben Albano in the 72, Earl Tucker in the number 24, Anthony Geraci in the 04, Steve Katz in the 73, Jaden Lander in the 8, John Isaacs in the 553, Zach Rosenberg in the number 171, and Matt Haas in the 167, and Dave Nissenbaum all on lap number 38. While we're showing 42 laps completed by the Earl Tucker number 93. So again, it looks as though the Tucker car has not made a pit stop and will incur some sort of penalty for not stopping during the open period for pit stops. Right now, unofficially, it is Alex Radovec Marino who is the race leader without penalty in the number 129. Ethan Goulart now shown in second, or rather in third, but that would elevate him to second. Don Drislane currently shown in fourth in the 34, followed by Josh Green in the 18, Nick Leveroni in the 190, Justin Tracy in the 82, Alex Rubenstein in the 600, Ben Albano in the number 72, and Mark Gregory in the number 17. Fastest car on the track right now appears to be Josh Green, and the car started by Massimo Risi, the green, red, and white number 18. A lap of 1 minute, .343. Looking among the lead group of cars, the only other car in that range is Ben Albano at 1 minute, .557, currently in 8th in the car that was started by Colin Duffy. So we'll see how much time they are able to make up in the 10 or so minutes remaining in this race. Again, it seems though everybody would be racing Alex Radovec Marino at this point, as it looks as though Earl Tucker did not make the mandatory pit stop. Looks like Earl Tucker may have just come in. He had a lap time of 2 minutes 18 seconds. So we'll see if that indicates that he finally came in. And yes, it looks like the car is sitting on pit lane, but I have to confirm with the officials, but looks as though he did not make it underneath that, within that 45-minute window. So we'll see how this plays out for Earl Tucker Sr. in the number 93. Next time Alex Radovic-Marino comes across the start-finish line, he should be back on the same lap as Earl Tucker. That would also apply to Sean Noonan. The Sean Noonan Ethan Goulart car in third, the Josh Green number 18 in fourth, the Don Drislane car in fifth. So we should see the race for the lead become a clearer picture as Radovic-Marino has just crossed the start-finish line. Looking now for Ethan Goulart. Goulart across the line some 10 seconds behind the number 129. Massimo Risi and Josh Green and the number 18 now third. They are 15 seconds behind the race leader. Don Drislane is 20 seconds behind the race leader. He sits in fourth in the number 34. Next car to get back on the lead lap should be Nick Leveroni in the number 190. He is 37 seconds behind the leader. Ben Albano in the Colin Duffy number 72 is 40 seconds behind the race leader. So with about 8 minutes remaining, let's see how things play out for Alexander Radovic-Marino. Well, it may have been a brilliant strategy play by Alex Radovic-Marino, as he still has a 9-second lead over Ethan Goulart in the number 0. Last lap for Radovic-Marino, a 1 minute 2.9, a 1 minute 1.0 for Ethan Goulart. So Goulart will make up just about 2 seconds on that lap, but Radovic-Marino still with a 9-second lead at this point, now with just about 7 minutes remaining in the race. Josh Green currently shown in third, lapping right at the 1 minute mark, but 12 seconds behind the race leading number 129. Radovic-Marino just on lap number 46, 1 minute 1.8, a 1 minute 0.8 flat for Ethan Goulart, so he takes another second off of the lead held by Alex Radovic-Marino, but he is still 8 seconds behind with just about 7 or 8 laps remaining in this race. So we could have a dramatic finish shaping up here if Ethan Goulart can stay on pace and reel in Alexander Radovic-Marino. Josh Green only 2 seconds behind Ethan Goulart and lapping below 1 minute in the 59-second range, so he would be picking up about 2 seconds a lap on Radovic-Marino as well. Just about at the 55-minute mark. Time for about 5 or 6 more laps. Ethan Goulart has cut the margin now down to 5.1 seconds. Last lap, a 1 minute 3 for Alexander Radovic-Marino, a 1 minute 0.8 for Ethan Goulart. So the 2024 Sports Car Club of America National Champion in the Spec Miata class is coming on strong, trying to chase down the race leading number 129. Coming along with him, Josh Green in the number 18, now shown 6.3 seconds behind, but 4 seconds per lap, gaining 4 seconds on that lap, rather, over the number 129. Josh Green with a 59.6 versus a 103.8 for the number 129 of Radovic-Marino. Ethan Goulart gets the margin now down to 2.9 seconds. A 1 minute 2 second lap for the 129, a 1 minute 0.7 for Ethan Goulart. So Goulart showing his championship form here First time in the car for the weekend, but Ethan Goulart, just 15 years old and the youngest ever national champion in Sports Car Club of America competition, rapidly closing in now on Alex Radovec-Marino. And it looks as though Ethan Goulart just moved around, around Alex Radovec-Marino as they went down into turn number 1. So the black and red number 0 for Ethan Goulart should now be the race leader. If we saw that correctly, it looks as though the next car that's going to come up on the 129 will be the Josh Green Massimo Risi number 18. Just about a little bit less than 3 minutes remaining here. It looks like it's going to be a shootout between Josh Green and Ethan Goulart for the checkered flag. Strong run by Dickie Regal and Don Drislane, currently sitting in 4th, trying to hold off Ben Albano in the number 72. Shadows now really prevalent at the downhill section of the racetrack. Here is Ethan Goulart across the start-finish line in the lead. Green, white, and red, number 18 for Josh Green, chasing him down into turn number 1. That is the battle for the lead. Out of Big Bend onto the short chute, back into the sunlight. There is your race leader, number 0 for Ethan Goulart, and then right behind him is the number 18 for Josh Green. So that is the battle for the race lead and the race win. Alex Radovec-Marino still sitting in 3rd position, comfortably ahead of Don Drislane in the number 34. Colin Duffy trying to close the gap, or Ben Albano rather, trying to close the gap on the Drislane car for 4th, but it looks as though Alex Radovec-Marino, with less than 2 minutes remaining, will still get a podium finish in the number 129. But all eyes now on Ethan Goulart in the 0 and Josh Green in the number 18. Here is the 18 closing in on the 0. 1 lap to go is the signal from the starter's stand. Side by side down into turn number 1. Green on the high side gets the better of Goulart. So it is Josh Green into the lead as they go into their final lap. Let's see if Goulart has anything left with the 0. In front of the infield spectator hillside area, there is your race leader headed back to the checkered flag. That is Josh Green in the green, white, and red number 18. Chasing him all the way will be Ethan Goulart in the number 0. Alex Radovec-Marino, the number 129, still shown in 3rd. Don Drislane hanging on at the moment for 4th position in the number 34. Ben Albano rounding out the top 5 right now in the number 72. Checkered flag awaits, about to mark the conclusion of this 1-hour endurance that will mark the completion of the 2024 edition of the Miatacon at Lime Rock Park. The win goes to Josh Green in number 18. Margin of victory over Ethan Goulart, 0.7 of a second. Green making the pass on the final lap of the race, 52 laps, the official race distance. Alex Radovec-Marino will take 3rd position in the number 129. 4th will go to Don Drislane in the number 34. 5th to Colin Duffy in the number 72. 6th to Nick Leveroni in the number 190. 7th to Justin Tracy in the number 82. 8th to Alex Rubenstein in the 600. 9th to Mark Gregory in the number 17. 10th to Anthony Geraci in the 04. And from there on, it becomes a more unofficial finish. Earl Tucker in the 24 shown 11th. Jaden Lander in the 8. Number 8 is 12th. 13th to the 73 of Steve Katz. 14th to the 171 of Zachariah Rosenberg. 15th to the 167 of Matt Haas, Christopher Haywood, and John Montgomery in the 662, shown in 16th. 17th to Dave Nissenbaum's number 192. John Isaacs in the number 553. 18th, 19th to Lucian Arbor in the 12. And 20th to the number 314. That was started by Van Svensson and Steve Jardine, the driver, at the finish. So couldn't get more exciting than that. Last lap lead change after 1 hour of racing, securing the victory for Josh Green and Massimo Risi in the number 18. Great run by Ethan Goulart in the Spec Miata number 0, teaming up with Sean Noonan to come home in second place. And great strategy move by Alex Radovic Marino pays off. The number 129 on pace for all of the race. A well-timed pit stop gets him into third position in car number 129. Well, catch your breath and then come on down and join us in a few minutes as we will be making awards for all of our races in the Lime Rock Park Winner's Circle, located at the base of the infield spectator hillside area. We understand there are going to be some snacks there as well, so if you can stick around with us for our awards presentation, we hope that you will join us down in the area of the Winner's Circle. We should be over there in about 15 minutes. Your opportunity to come on down to the paddock and get one last look at the cars for the 2024 season, and then join us for our awards ceremony to round out Miatacon 2024 here at Lime Rock Park. For those of you who will be heading back out onto the highways, we want to thank you for joining us today and throughout the season, supporting our racing events here at Lime Rock Park. There are no fans anywhere quite like the Lime Rock faithful, whether this is your first visit or you are a regular visitor here, a regular guest with us for all of our racing events. We want to thank you for being part of Miatacon 2024, and we will look forward to seeing you back here at Lime Rock Park for an action-packed 2025 season, beginning with our Memorial Day Trans Am race. So whichever direction you're heading out, we urge you to drive carefully. Be sure to obey all of the local driving regulations so that you don't attract the attention of Connecticut law enforcement. And we will look forward to seeing you back here at Lime Rock Park for our next racing season.